Okay, I'll give the 30-second warning. We'll get started. Okay, 40. All right, we will get started. Welcome to the November 14th Board of Education work session. Let's jump right in. Is that loud to everybody else? It's loud to me. So getting a little bit of feedback.
Testing, one, yeah, there's echo.
Is that better? Okay, I'll just stand away from it. Okay, let's jump right in, and we'll start with the consent agenda. Mr. Golden, anything you want to highlight from this, or are there any questions from the board about any items on the consent agenda that we'll vote on Monday night?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give a highlight first, and if you all have any questions, feel free to ask. Item E, if you actually printed out your board packet, it would have maybe quadrupled the size of it. That is the multi-hazard mitigation plan that the county government and all municipalities and all government entities approve every 5 years. We are a portion of that multi-hazard plan, and so we are required to approve that. Our safety team has reviewed that. County government actually approved it earlier this week at their meeting, so that's why we included it on the consent agenda. If you have any questions about that, Brian can speak to that.
Any questions or comments? Okay, then let's move right into the superintendent's report. Mr. Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, board members. I wanted to mention a couple of items just briefly before those two items that I have listed on the superintendent's report. Number one, you may remember that about 3 months ago, I let you know that we would be bringing you a monthly update on our science textbook adoption process. We do not have that on for this month because nothing substantive has changed since our last meeting. We expect the Tennessee Textbook Commission to approve the pool of science textbooks that we can review at their meeting on November 22nd. So because of that, we felt like it would have just been redundant for us to give you another presentation that covered the same items. There will be a scheduled meeting, if I'm not mistaken, Jenny, on December 5th. Our textbook committee is scheduled to meet on December 5th to review that list that the state gives us for textbooks. So that's their next meeting scheduled. At our next meeting, we'll give you an update on the work that they do. We do expect a substantial amount of work in between this meeting and our January meeting, which will really be when that work begins in earnest, once we get that list from the state. Also, I did want to let you know, I was asked by a board member to give you guys an update on our school start time work through our strategic plan objective to analyze that. I had emailed you earlier this morning a timeline with some pieces of what we're working on, and I'm not going to go through the detail of it, but I did want to mention a couple of things. The recommendation we will have to you on a decision is scheduled for August of 2025. So that's the end date. Beginning with that end in mind and working forward, you can see some of the work that we're going to be doing. We also intend to have community meetings in the fourth quarter of this school year. Once we get all our data together, once we've processed it, we've analyzed all the potential capital impacts, scheduling impacts, extracurricular impacts, we intend to bring that information to our families in April and get some informed feedback from our community on that. Certainly open to any questions you may have related to that. I know a number of our team members who are sitting over there have been working on that. I know Mr. King, Ms. Nunley, Dr. Webb have especially been working on that objective. With that, I would like to introduce to you Chastity Wickware. She is a professional with the Gallup organization, and I'm going to probably inartfully give a little bit of history of the Gallup organization. I think most everyone in the country recognizes the name Gallup. Since the 30s, the Gallup organization has been gathering data about Americans, and one of their functions is to help corporate entities, businesses, and schools and other entities find ways to improve employee engagement based on the research that they've done in their data. As you all know, we are in year 3 of implementing their Gallup Q12 program, which is that research-based structure to help teams grow and become more engaged in their work. I gave you all a synopsis report in an email on October 18th based on some questions you guys had about our data in this year 3. And we felt like it was important for you all to hear from the professional about where we're going. The timing just worked out really well because Ms. Wickware is going to speak with our leaders tomorrow morning. And so her flight from Charlotte, if I'm not mistaken, it landed today, so she's able to present to you tonight and present to our district leaders tomorrow. So with that, Ms. Wickware, turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Golden. It's a pleasure to be back at Williamson County Schools. I started my journey with your district earlier this year doing some Clifton Strengths Finders. So we're just building on what we call the synergistic approach of really combining strengths with engagement to drive performance within the school district. So here I am going to present your latest engagement findings from this quarter, this year. The people who participated in it was all staff, teachers, leaders, and administrators. So before we embark on some of the specific data, I just want to set the stage for what we are measuring in this survey. We do collect quantitative and qualitative data on engagement versus satisfaction. So the distinction between our survey and maybe other surveys that other professional institutions launch is that we're not measuring if people are content or okay with their workplace. What we're measuring is if all the basic needs of employees are being met, and in doing so, how that impacts their level of engagement. We define engagement as people who are really 100% psychologically committed to their work, bringing a lot of passion and consistent enthusiasm to their work, which in turn does impact performance. So to use a framework for our survey, we do categorize the basic needs in 12 categories, what we call the Q12. We've been measuring engagement since the 1990s, so we have a lot of data collected within our database. You'll see on the chart here that it is a hierarchy of needs, so we start with the basic needs. So those 2 questions are really asking teammates at all levels. At a basic level, do you have what you need to perform at an exceptional level consistently? Then we move to the individual items. This is where we're asking teammates, do they feel seen as humans and employees? Are there fruitful conversations about what their growth, what their needs are? Is that happening on a consistent basis with their leaders or someone within their community? And once those needs are met, we move a little further up and we start talking about measuring the needs of the team. Do teammates feel that they are proud to work where they work? Are they of strong belief that everyone in their ecosystem is consistently doing good work and they can partner with them? And then finally, we're looking to that more aspirational part of our triangle, which is growth. Where do I go next? Not necessarily growing out of their position, but deepening their skill sets where they are. Now, when we look at these 12 needs, there's something I want to call out about why we have these 12 items. It's not because we love 12 or we love round numbers. This is what, after decades of research, high-performing teams have told us that they need. When they have these needs met, whether you are an individual contributor or the CEO, this is what it takes to consistently perform. When we look at our data, which we'll reveal in just a moment, it's important that we pay attention to Q1 through Q6. If those foundational needs are met, we then see traction in items 7 through 12. There were some additional questions asked in this survey, but when we look at our results, this is what we measured off of. And to give you just some additional context on our research, we do have over 57 million respondents in over 212 countries and areas. So we have a large database in which we're comparing these responses to, and it is also offered in 75 languages. So with that being said, I want to reveal the first set of data points for our insights that we extracted from your latest survey results. And I think too much applaud should be given to all the leaders, teachers, administrators, and staff for growing in every single Q12 item. I shared with Dr. Golden and his staff. I've done maybe 70 of these briefings in the past year, and we have not seen one single school district or company grow in every area. So you're really in a league of your own with that exceptional growth, which shows me that engagement isn't just being owned and driven by the leaders, but it's really being embraced by all the staff members. So definitely something we want to applaud there. So your engagement ratio is 7.9 to 1. Simply what that means, for every 8 engaged teammates, you only have 1 actively disengaged teammate. So that's well past the neutralization zone, where you have more engaged teammates pulling up the culture than those who are disengaged pulling it down. And when we look at every other school in our database, K through 12, you are above the 85th percentile. So again, a very stellar, strong standing there. Okay. So if we're looking at some opportunities, these are some of the kind of threads and headlines that were pulled out of some of the verbatims and data that we saw. When we looked at all populations in terms of engagement, we did see that the assistant principals are less engaged than the principals. So that was something that stood out for us, and maybe action planning on how to support our leaders who are supporting other leaders. It wasn't a drastic drop. Each group had strong engagement, but there was a slight difference there. And we also saw a distinction with grade levels. So elementary and middle school staff are more engaged than their high school staff members. So when we look at this holistically, just want to give you a snapshot of where your numbers are in terms of who's engaged versus who's not. So well over half of your staff, 55% are engaged. 38% are considered not engaged, and 7% are actively disengaged. And just for context, again, if you want to compare that to every other school district, we have compared in our database. Our national average is 46% engaged, 43% not engaged, and 11% actively not engaged. So if we just kind of take a parallel there, you're well above our national average in terms of school engagement. Now, Dr. Golden mentioned that we have been on this engagement journey for well over 3 years. So I just wanted to show a cascade of where the school district started and where we are now in 2024. So for the initial benchmark information, we were sitting at the 30th percentile, which meant 70% of schools were doing better than Williamson County. Your average was a 3.89. You can see that that has steadily grown and now sits at the 86th percentile at a 4.14. Now, if we compare that to other schools that are in our 90th percentile, you're really nipping at the hills there. You're almost there. Their average is about 4.18. And if we look at every other company, institution, and industry within our database, those sitting at the 90th percentile are at a 4.27. So based on the projections, I believe we're going to be seeing you at the elite top level next year. So definitely trending in the right direction. We see significant growth or meaningful growth as a 0.10 trend upward. And you can see that you've far exceeded that since your journey starting in 2022. Right. And last but not least, this is kind of the soup du jour. It's a lot of data here, but wanted to give you a snapshot of specific data cuts and also leave some time if you had any particular comments or questions regarding what we're seeing. So I did want to start at the left-hand side just to let you know the survey engagement range of how long the survey ran. September 16th through October 2nd is where we closed. Your current response rate is about 69% of the staff had responded to the survey this year. Now you can compare that to last year's number. It's just a little under represented what we had last year at 71%. Similar schools situated, they average about a 76% response rate. And every other company that's in their third administration, they sit at about an 82%. So we have discussed with the leadership team some strategies for increasing that participation, but again, very strong presence in how the staff showed up. The middle is your grand mean. So this is the average of all 12 elements. Again, we've seen a meaningful growth moving from the 75th percentile to the 86th percentile. And of course, each year as more companies grow and they lean into engagement, it gets a bit more competitive year to year. So to see that you're in that space again is to be applauded and very impressive. And then, of course, if we look at the last column, this is where we have a measurement of all of our items. You will notice a bonus item at the top, which is our Q00. So that is our only satisfaction question. When teammates are responding to Q00, that is their response to the district as a whole. Q1 through 12, those items are directed to how teammates are feeling about their direct ecosystem, schools, or offices that they're working with. So again, everything is, you see that delta is trending up, very high marks across the board. So I did want to leave some time if there were any thoughts or reflections. I'm happy to take any questions on the data. Yes, Eric.
So when you say staff, this is teachers, I'm assuming, in the classroom teachers as opposed, or is it staff across the board?
Everyone.
Okay.
And if I may, Chastity, address that. We sent a survey to everyone, and Chastity mentioned the response rate of 69% versus 71%. We've actually identified that as being in some of our support departments especially, so we know for next year we're going to put that extra effort in. Our teacher numbers actually, if I'm not mistaken, increased just a little bit of actual responses. Mm-hmm. So, for example, bus drivers don't have email addresses, and some other sure. departments that we're going to be looking at to increase that staff engagement. Related to that, what we do with this data is each team, whether it's a school team or a department, works on identifying as a team what will we work on as a team to grow. And it's not, to your point earlier, it's not the principal or the department head saying we're going to work on blank. It's the team getting together to say we're going to work on growing each other.
Gotcha. And then what level of demographic data are you, I mean, I assume there's no screening on this. Everyone qualifies, who takes it, pre-qualified and gets in. Mm-hmm. But what demographic data are you collecting? And the reason I asked, I'm wondering if there's any significant difference based upon level of years of employment, or you know, something along those lines. I know you had high school versus elementary.
We're able to measure some distinctions between engagement and those levels.
Okay, thank you.
So if I'm not mistaken, we can even identify baby boomers versus Gen X versus Gen Y.
Yes.
So they do have that data for us as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. Could you speak more to the actively disengaged percentage?
Absolutely.
And what that means?
Great question. So when we look at these three buckets, of course, someone who's engaged is very enthusiastic, giving that non-discretionary effort each day. People who are not engaged, they're somewhere in the middle. They're not out the door, but if they're incentivized the right way, they may leave. So it's more of a wait and see. The actively disengaged, I often say you know them. You probably have a list of them going in your mind. These are people who are consistently saying that their needs are not being met, and in return, they're not going to produce work at all. Why it's so important to have a balanced ratio of more engaged teammates than actively disengaged. This quadrant is what we call the cheerleaders or the recruiters. So they're often the people, if they're not happy, they're very vocal in many ways or strategic about getting people to come to their side and kind of commiserate on why things aren't going well. So they're typically a smaller number. Our goal is always to see that under 10%, but they have a strong pull because they are trying to get more support for their side. Yeah, so consistently poor performers, either vocal or obstinate about making any meaningful change.
So a piece that I thought was interesting related to that is of their total pool, 11% by this slide is actively disengaged. That has been a focus of our teams. The pool of data that they have, if I'm not mistaken, includes, of course, only the entities that have said we want to work on this.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
So that's 11% of the 11% of the employees of the organizations who are working on this are actively disengaged.
Correct.
Worldwide.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we also often say, you know, negative feedback is better than no feedback. So the fact that they took the survey and gave us some feedback does let us know that they want their voices to be heard. There is still hope there. So there's an opportunity to convert them to the green, but it takes a lot of intentional effort.
These are the average numbers, though, right, not ours?
Yes, you know, yours are higher. You're, well, higher in the right direction, lower in the other direction. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, no. This is Williamson County. Yes, that's our database. Yes, that's correct. Yep. That's the comparison.
And I will say our staff is actively engaged in our discussion.
Yes, they are. Well done, team.
Back to the first question about you said the percentage of teachers who responded went up year over year, but so do you know what the percentage of overall teachers who responded was? Is there a way to quantify that?
I'm trying to remember that. We had extrapolated that when we met. It was a slight increase over our average.
I think it was 0.2% increase, and again, at 0.1%, we designate that as meaningful, so that's been doubled, so.
But I guess what I'm really asking is out of the total number of teachers we have, what percentage of them responded? Do we know that?
We could probably.
Yeah, we can extract that.
Figure that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who did the survey come from? Did we send it internally, or was it from Gallup?
We created it internally in conjunction with the leadership team. So outside of the 12 questions, they helped curate the additional questions that were included.
Right, but who did it actually come from? Did it show
Gallup.
back from Gallup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't actually send it out. We sent notices to our faculty and staff that it was coming, but
Right.
the actual survey came from Gallup directly.
Okay.
So we did not actually get that raw data. It went to Gallup.
Yeah, and that's another way, just an added layer of protection to ensure that all responses remain anonymous. So
Yeah.
that's just another
There's
level.
no
there.
RI collected?
No RI?
No RII? No PII?
No.
To what do you or your team attribute the engagement, the higher level of engagement among elementary and middle compared to high? Is there anything underneath that's worth pointing out?
As we sit here right now, I really don't know that I can answer that. I think we're in the process of drilling down a little bit deeper to try to address that, whether it's a reflection of national versus something specific to us. But I can tell you, in a broader sense, from a mission standpoint, Vicki, you may want to add to this. We thoughtfully initiated this so that we could have ultimately a research-based support to and I know you guys don't talk about job satisfaction, right, except for that Q0.
Correct.
But to improve that for our staff as a whole, because we wanted them to stay. We've got an excellent team, and we wanted to do a better job of supporting them. And to your point about high school versus middle and elementary, that is a point that we will need to focus on. Vicki?
We will look into that. I've wondered if part of it is because we have some non-traditional teachers more in the high school level, maybe that didn't go through a traditional teacher prep program. And I can just speak as somebody who's not a teacher. I wouldn't know what to do. And so I think probably that could be a factor to it, because we do have more teachers coming in who are on non-traditional paths to teaching.
And I would say that's actually a national trend we're seeing, not just at Williamson County, but post 2022, there has been more engagement in the lower levels, elementary. So we're trying to, collaborate on that data to see if there's any particular pain points that could address that.
So this is the slide that's the Williamson County data, is that right?
No.
Can you go back to the,
Yeah,
thank you.
We'll keep it on the highlight.
I wrote that down wrong, so I'm glad, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I think I may be at time.
What do these look like compared to corporate America?
Great question. So typically, if we look at schools as a whole, educators are typically in the bottom quartile of engagement. So they're not one of the professional groups that are typically more engaged. However, if we look at Williamson County schools, if I can just retrieve that trending slide for you one more time. Our top company, so that's everyone in our database, is represented in the last blue bar. 90th percentile is represented at a 4.27. You are at a 4.14. So across all industries, finance, entertainment, manufacturing, you're going toe-to-toe with the best of the best within our database. So whereas some other districts may be trending down or may be hard to bolster engagement, you're actually very competitive with all industries that we have in our database and measure.
And if I may, one of the pieces I've processed through my mind with this data, the trend, especially this trend line, is in 2022, we set a baseline, and we weren't working on these things in a thoughtful way. We didn't have the research behind us. We started working on it in a thoughtful way. Our teams got engaged to start working on it. I am very curious to see where we go over the course of time, because it feels like we've had a significant growth, and then I wonder, are we going to be at a point where each school team or each department just starts working on kind of tweaking that and finding ways to just grow that 1%, that kind of thing. I don't know the answer to that yet, but it's on my mind.
Yeah, I would say this tool has been designed to be actionable at the local level. So where some other tools, the ownership is usually in this room, where the onus is on the senior leaders within an organization. This tool is meant to be driven at a local level, meaning that it is designed where everyone can take part in driving engagement. So it doesn't fall on the assistant principal or the superintendent. It is really a group effort. And again, I think it's reflected here in the data. So I think it is that nucleus, school by school, department by department, that's gonna overall increase the grand mean.
Did you collect school level data?
Yes.
Yeah, our principals do have all that school level data. They share it with their faculty and staff, and as a team, they look and see, okay, of those 12 questions, we were less impressive or weaker, I may be using the wrong terminology, on blank. They might decide, let's work together as a team to do that better this year. So every staff member actually gets that drill down data for their team.
There's enough responses that it's statistically significant even at elementary school levels or smaller?
In terms of response rate?
Yeah, the overall sample size.
Yeah, there were strong responses across all grade levels, and it was the marks we see reflecting in the grand mean. I mean, it did vary between some of our higher performing schools and lower performing, but again, consistently for, I would say, all of the schools, definitely above the 50th percentile. I don't think there were any schools that were alarmingly low.
No, I'm sorry. I meant more along the lines of the, and I could see that too, but just at an elementary school with fewer number of teachers and the, you know, combine that with a lower response rate, if that was the case, is it, you know, statistically significant where you could still make, you know,
Yes,
assertions
it
based on-
was. In the case if there wasn't, we would have a null and void data point, so we wouldn't have it measured. But from my recollection, there was enough, you know, statistic feedback and participation where everyone could get a fair rating, an actual number.
I do know that there's an end below which you will not give us the aggregate data because it could be
Correct.
personally identifiable to employees.
Yeah,
It-
below 5.
5, thank you.
If there was a school where, or a team where there were under 5 respondents, then they would get the roll-up data to the next department.
So we had, I can think of one example of that, our front office staff, you know, the folks, I think we
That
had
makes sense.
3 people in that team, so we did not get that team data.
That makes sense. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to thank you all for supporting our work, and some of you may remember us talking about this. We initiated this really with some research-based and some anecdotal work, where we started working on engagement with this, but we also started visiting schools in what we called, Lunch and Learn, thank you guys, where we came in and during our faculty and staff's lunch window and opened the door and had some conversations. So we're trying to do some subjective and objective work in trying to be more open to our faculty and staff.
Excellent. That I don't have the exact data on, but I can share it with the team. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you for your time this evening, team.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And we are not going to make you sit through our full board meeting. We welcome you to get online if you want to. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, board members, for asking the question a couple of months ago so we could come out and give you some information related to that. I want to especially thank our faculty and staff for being engaged. We had we had feelings 2 or 3 years ago, and it's really good to have that data that backs us up and gives us an opportunity to continue to grow. As you saw from the data, we still have opportunity to grow in supporting our faculty and staff. Mr. Chair, the next item on the superintendent's report, you all had asked to spend more time preparing for that time you have to have a budget vote. And so we committed that we would give you some information on budget from Rachel. Because we actually don't, in this month's work session agenda, have a finance item, she's going to present as part of the superintendent's report. She's prepared a PowerPoint to start giving you guys some ability to triangulate those key points to look at when we hit the budget. This has the potential to be overwhelming because there's complexity to it. But Rachel and I are going to try to find times to just pinpoint for you those key spots you might want to look at when we hit the budget. Rachel.
Thank you. As Mr. Golden just said, this is definitely the bird's eye view. So I'm going to ask that you don't get too caught up in the weeds right now with numbers because we don't have numbers. And you'll understand a little bit more of why I say that in just a minute. Last month, we talked about the first part of your budget package, which was student enrollment, staffing standards, and our position control report. The next section that comes along is revenue. And so while we don't have numbers, I want to go ahead and explain where we get those numbers. So when you get them, you'll have a better idea. So our revenue, and for this discussion, we're looking at 24-25. So when you see numbers like this percentage, it's based off the 24-25 budget. 61% of our revenue is going to come through the county, through taxes. That's going to include property, sales tax, the various ones you see listed. The two that we're really going to focus on are those property and sales tax because that's where the biggest buckets are. 38% came from the state, with the majority of that being TISA funding. We also get a couple of other smaller items coming through, like early childhood education, some money for it. The paid parental leave, we get some money back on it. Then federal is 0.25%, which is 2 grants that are coming through 141. So I want to back up and say, when you all look at your budget, you actually are approving funds 141, which is the general purpose school fund budget, 143, central cafeteria, 146, which is the extended school care. You also do 177, which is capital, and we have a 5th fund, which is 142, which is federal funding. You all do not actually vote on it through the budgeting process. The reason being, those funds are allocated. They're given to us. We know the amount from the federal government. They all come through the state programming, the software itself. And so that particular numbers you see, and most of the time on the consent agenda, and it will be because they've already given us the budget. This is your funding for. It's going to be tier 1, the different tiers, special ed, economically disadvantaged, also some CTE. So that is in its own separate fund of 142. So when I say here 0.25 is federal, this is specifically coming through the general purpose school fund, not that separate fund.
And Rachel, is it a safe estimate that even if we incorporated all those federal funds that come through the state, we're still talking about somewhere between 2 and 3% of our total funding?
Correct. That's correct. To give you an idea, this year the allotment coming through Fund 142 is about $14 million in total. The prior year, 23-24, was about 15. The year before that, it was 17. That number's actually shrinking, and we'll get to that explanation in just a little bit too.
So when I order a mixed drink at dinner, I'm actually supporting schools.
You are
That's what I'm
supporting
thinking
your
about.
school system. There you
Let's
go.
make sure your microphone was on for that
Oh,
one.
absolutely. Not that I do.
We also have other various items coming in, investment income. We do have donations, things like insurance recovery, sales of our equipment, surplus equipment. Services would be tuition. We do have some of that. Field trip revenue, for instance. So we do have other items, but again, that's 0.75. From this, you can see why we're only going to talk about the property tax, sales tax, and TISA, because that is absolutely the bulk of the funding. So for property taxes, how do we get that allocation? This is a report that we actually received from Williamson County. It's coming from the Property Tax Appraiser's Office. And the reason I gave you a handout is because I know sometimes it's hard to see on here, and I thought you might want to take some notes. Again, if you look at the date on the top right, this was February of 24. So don't get caught up in the actual numbers yet. But what I want you to look at is that first column where it says fund. You'll see general purpose schools is the 3rd item listed. And then the next column is the tax rate. So the county has a certified tax rate for their property. They vote on it every year through the budget process. The current tax rate is $1.88. And of that, general purpose schools get $1.09. So we do take a majority of the revenue from the county, from their property tax rate. The second column then is the property tax of value, the levy on all the property taxes. And then beside that, there's a column that says reserved for delinquency 8%. So we are in a private act with the county, and part of that says that we budget 92% of that projected property tax. And I think you've probably heard us say that. This is representative, that 8%. They're saying there's an 8% chance, or 8% of the property taxes are not going to be paid. And so we're only going to tell you you can budget 92% of it. In actuality, we probably collect 98 to 90, we'll say 98%, a little bit higher, but we're allowed to budget the 92%. So that's why you have another column there. I'm going to ask you to drop down where you see in blue it says ADA rate. That is our average daily attendance. And so while the general purpose schools get $1.09, we then split that money, though, with Franklin Special School District. And so ADA means average daily attendance, and the state looks at average daily attendance, which is actual attendance on any given day. Average daily membership is our enrollment, but average daily attendance is who is actually in the schools. And so they come up with an average number, and then they give this to us in April, and that's how we split various things between the 2 school districts. And so bottom line, when you're looking at that second section where the blue writing is, if you look out, it says the value of the penny. If if you're, I'm trying to count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth column over from on the top says tax generated by a penny. So for us, for this year, the value of a penny was about $1.6 million. And so sometimes you'll hear people say, what's a penny? That confused me for a long time when I wasn't in this realm. I'm like, what are they talking about, pennies? We get a whole lot more than just pennies, but it's based off of that tax rate. And so it was back, that very first column. Well, where beside fund, the first one says tax rate, and you've got the tax rates there. And then if you go over to the fifth one where it says tax rate generated at a penny.
So actually, Rachel, to get the value of a penny, you would divide that 347 million by the $1.88.
Correct. And then you're also going to need to, for us, you're going to have to apply that ADA split. So our value of a penny is a little bit different than what the county may say. The value of the penny is about 1.7. For us, it's 1.6 because we're splitting it.
So for the general purpose school, we get, at least this year, about 93.5% of it, and Franklin Special's 6.5%.
Correct. And again, state gives us that number in April. What does this mean for us?
Can I interrupt? You will be hearing from county officials, commissioners, county government, discussion about the tax rate of $1.88, because this year they are going through a reappraisal process. So when you hear that $1.88, that's what that's referring to. And they've already told their members that they expect that to go down because the property values with the reassessment are probably going to go up substantially. They had a presentation at their voting meeting Monday night from the tax assessor?
Assessors.
From the tax assessor, just giving them kind of a primer on this as well.
So in 2022, 22, 23, 24, the numbers you have on the screen are what we actually collected. It wasn't what was budgeted, but what we actually collected. So when you look at budgeted 25, you see that it went down, and that's again because we're budgeting 92% of what the projected value would be. So for 25, we're anticipating we're going to receive about 191 versus the 180 we budgeted, just to give you an idea.
So the practical effect of that, from my perspective, is we end up with more in fund balance than we budgeted for, because we budgeted 92% of property tax.
And that's a mechanism that is an intentional mechanism from the county so that we can keep something in fund balance to try to protect that. So what does this really then mean for us? For 26, again, what Mr. Golden just said, it's going to depend on these property tax, the evaluation, the reassessments. It's also going to depend on what the county commission decides to vote on for that certified tax rate. And we are expecting to know, based on what Mr. Coleman said at the commission meeting in January, we'll have a better idea of where they're headed. I think it's fair, and I don't remember if you said it or not, the idea on the low end is that the property values within the county are looking like a 50% increase in property values from the last time the assessment happened, which is huge. But also keeping in mind that doesn't mean that, hey, we're going to get a lot more money. That certified tax rate will probably come down to keep it level. That's the idea when you do a reassessment, is it doesn't necessarily get passed off.
It has to be revenue neutral.
Correct.
By law.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so the commission will have the opportunity to raise it from that level if they so choose.
And it doesn't necessarily, and it won't directly impact our funding, but one of the things that Brad Coleman told the county commission is, based on that drop required by law, that doesn't mean that if an individual's tax will stay the same, but they will all balance out. So somebody's property value might have gone up at a higher rate than someone else's, and their tax bill might go up while the other one goes down, even if it stays flat. That's part of what the reassessment does.
And that first picture that I gave you that had the assessed value on it, that fluctuates also through the year. Mostly it increases as properties are added, as subdivisions are completed, and so that land that was taxed as land then becomes homes, multiple homes, and so we will see an increase. When we did this in February, we got that data last year from the assessor's office. They said, go ahead and project a 1% increase by the end of the year, so you can work on projections. And so a lot of what we do with the revenue are projections, and it is totally working closely with the county. They provide the information to us, and Phoebe Riley is their CFO, and we work together to make sure that we're reporting the same thing and calculating the same way. So that's property tax.
So Rachel,
Yes.
for property tax, which makes up 60% of our revenue,
Well,
it's only growing at,
property and sales, all the taxes make up 60%.
okay, that's fair, so it's less, but still, like, that's like a 2.5% increase year over year. I know we budget the 92%, but ultimately what we receive is only 2.5%, which isn't great. I mean, I know our sales tax we're projecting bigger, and I mean, we've had double-digit increases, and that's obviously slowed.
Right.
But you know, it's just not. Even though our property values are increasing by 50%, our property tax revenues only go up, you know, by a very small amount.
Right.
So it doesn't. I mean, just to put it in perspective, we're giving teachers raises at twice that rate of increase. So we got to. I mean, like that's not a sustainable formula.
Yeah.
So hopefully, as we're talking about this on the revenue side with the county, something's got to give there
Yeah.
ultimately.
Might be a good time to talk about this, but let me know if you find a better time to talk about this.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Could you talk about the educational impact fee on new home construction?
Education-
And what are the, like, I know they're very specific on how we can use it, so can you talk to that?
I can a little bit, and then Mr. Golden can correct me. Education impact fee was voted on as part of a fee that can be charged on new construction, and it was related. We then get a percentage back of that fee, and it has. Well, I shouldn't say we get it back. The education impact fee can be paid towards growth items for the schools, and so that's new construction. We actually at the commission meeting, they figured out that they could use, because we needed growth for special ed buses. So because of that growth, they were able to use some of those education impact fees for that as well. So again, it's on new construction, and then it has to be related to growth for the schools. I think the idea was that because there was so much growth happening, it was a mechanism put into place to help try to alleviate some of that cost, because they knew if houses are being built, families are moving in, then schools are going to be needed.
Right, and how much money do we have there?
We don't actually have it. The county has it, and I honestly can't tell you right now, but I'll find out. It's in
Thank
their
you.
board packet. And so.
Yeah,
I can-
county government makes decisions on whether to spend it based on the restrictions that they have. And that example I gave you all of last Monday's vote, they actually had an amendment. We had proposed to purchase the buses. I gave them the detail of what we were purchasing, and they determined, oh, well, that means there are 4 special education buses that are growth buses that we can actually fund out of this fund, so they made the amendment to fund it that way.
Is that fee only for residential, or does it apply to commercial?
I believe it's just residential.
Residential.
Because again, I think the thought was it's houses that are being built that would lead to the need for the schools. The next tax that I wanted to look at was sales tax. And I'm giving you historical data again, 22, 23, 24, what we actually collected. That percentage column is an increase from the prior year. And so in 2022, there was this huge bump, and some of you will remember it was a combination of 2 things. One was prior to, there was portion of our taxes that we had agreed to give back to the county to help pay down debt, and it ran for a certain period of time, and then that was up. And so that we were then able to receive the full tax amount. So we were getting additional sales tax for that. And then 2, probably even the bigger was when internet sales needed to be taxed, and we're saying Amazon, Wayfair, those kind of things, the taxes were going to come back to where the goods were actually shipped to. And so before then, I don't think anybody was really paying that local sales tax. That may have been state tax, but there wasn't local. And so it had a huge increase then for sales tax for us. So that's why you see that big 29%. And with COVID, at the time when we were originally budgeting, we really didn't know what was going to happen, and people stayed home and they spent a lot of money while they were at home, which that benefited us as well. So that was a really big jump. 23 was 9% increase over 22, then 24 was 4. So what Mr. Galbraith was saying, it was slowing down. So when we budgeted, we look at what the state does in their budget. We looked with what the county was doing in their budget. Kind of all looked, it was around 3%. And what we budgeted back in February, March was a 3% increase. What it actually came in, why you see 2.39% compared to the prior year, is we took in more sales tax at the end of the year. And so that percentage went down as opposed to going, being around 3 when we budgeted. What we're projecting is that we're going to come in right now. We're right on track with what we put into the budget. We're right in line with that. And so for 26, if I had to do it right now, we would do a 3% on top of what we're projecting to receive, and it would be 120. But that's going to change. That was just if I had to do it right now. But again, once we have more data points that come in, Christmas is huge. Christmas time, that's where we're getting November, December, which we won't get that money until February. We won't actually see those numbers. 2 months in arrears because it has to go to the state, and then the state sends it back down to the counties, and so that's why we see it 2 months later. But that's in a nutshell sales tax. It's probably the easiest to estimate, but then when you have a recession, you don't know, you bank on it, and then if we have a recession, it could go down and it could be less. Any questions on sales tax? Okay, so now the big one is TISA. I put this here, funding formula, not a spending plan, because that is what TISA is supposed to be. And as we go along in this discussion, I may answer some questions, so if it's okay, give me a few slides, and hopefully I'll have some of the answers for you if things pop up. As TISA was created, it's 4 sets of funding, with the base being at the bottom. And you've heard for this year, 24-25, $7,075 a student. That's what they're talking in base. The next section is weights, which is based on certain unique learning needs that we have, special ed and EL specific. Then we have direct funding, which means if you have this set data, you get this set dollars. We're going to go through all of these. And then outcomes funding is mostly related to testing. If you score this, you'll also receive set funding. So for base and weights, those two are split. The funding for it is split between the state and the local government. Direct funding, the state pays 100%. Outcomes, the state pays 100%. When TISA first came out, that base was $6,860 per student. 24-25, they increased that to $7,075. And again, you hear that all the time. It's $7,075. It follows the student. $215 increase, and more money went into it. I do think when we first heard about TISA and all of the professional development I did, it was that the idea was that the state was going to put more money in and help alleviate some of the costs to the counties. And so as we go through this, I want to keep that in mind as well. So
I got to pitch this in. We are not getting that $6,860 base. The state considers that a total aggregate. They commit to a fraction of that statewide, and Rachel's going to give you some detail. But for me, that's a key point, that when they talk about that being the base, that is not what we are getting. Sorry, I had to pitch that in.
We're getting there, and I agree with you. That's why I said you hear it all the time, but that doesn't necessarily mean what it comes down to. The unique learning needs, there's 10 different options. Again, a lot of it's related to services, how many hours are spent, the kinds of services, if it's direct, indirect. And so with TISA, they're also looking at 9 periods of time, starting September through the month of May. Every 16th day of each month, they pull our average daily membership number for that base amount, but they're also pulling it for these services that are being provided. And so they take that 9-period average, and then they multiply it by the base funding, and then they multiply it by that percentage you see in the far right column to determine what we get in weights. For direct funding, these are the items that you're going to receive funding for, which is K-3 literacy, 4th grade literacy support, some career and tech, post-secondary readiness tests, and then public charter schools. And to the right, you'll see for every kindergartner through 3rd grader, we get $500 for each ADM for that group of students. Fourth graders that qualify for additional support, we get $500. CTE, if it's a C course, which is a type of course within the CTE, for every full-time ADM. And when I say full-time, they combine students. There's no student that takes 100% of their classes or CTE. But for every 1.0 ADM, you get $5,000 for that. ACT, they take the average of 11th and 12th graders, and we get $93 a test because we do test all of our juniors, I believe. And then charter schools, if we had charter schools, you would also get direct funding at $500 an ADM for that. Again, this is 100% funded from the state. Outcomes funding is one of those that is budgeted each year. When we first were told about outcomes, it was kind of like there will be a budget for it. We don't really know what you're going to get. So in 23-24, we actually didn't budget for it because we had no idea. We received about $5.5 million last year in outcomes funding, and that's what it's based on. Over on the right side was third grade TCAP, 8th grade ELA and math from the TCAP. And then students that have post-secondary credits, I think you have to have 2 for the ACT and a 21 on the ACT, or 3 post-secondary credits and a 31 on the Armed Service Aptitude Test. Again, if they fund it, we'll get outcomes. Whatever the pot is, they actually did tell us, and when I say they, for me, that's always going to be the finance department with the Department of Education. So they are telling us that whatever the pot is, again, they had a whole lot more people that qualified for outcomes than they thought were going to last year. And they expect that number to continue to go up. So whatever that pot is, that pot is. We, in the budget for 24-25, just said, well, we know we got $5.5 million last year. We're going to go ahead and include that as possible funding for this year. So if it comes back, we'll receive the first payment for it. We'll be notified in December and get the first payment in January. We may have to do a budget amendment at that point in time if it's going to be a lot higher or a lot lower, just to make sure that our budget is in line. But that's the outcomes funding. So this is the part where, bear with me, because it's a lot. But in February, we are given data points related to that column that says student services. So there we go in and verify, this looks like our average daily membership. This looks like students that qualify for each of these unique learning needs. We don't get our actual first estimate from the state until March. And so as a reminder to you all, you're going to get your first copy of the budget in February. So there are going to be changes by the time we get to March. But we're not going to get it to the last week of March, so I'm going to tell you that too. We do our best to estimate, and we can do a pretty good job, but there's a few key pieces that we have to have. That top number on the far right, again, funding formula, base of $7,075, our ADMs for 23, well, actually it would be 22-23. ADMs are 1 year in arrears. They originally said funding's going to follow the child each month as we go. They figured out that that was going to be too hard, and so they're using the prior year's average daily memberships for those 9 periods so that they can guarantee what our payment is each month. And so that was the average daily membership. And so you see that funding number over there is $292 million for base. We don't get anywhere close to $292 million, but I want you to keep that number in mind. What this funding formula is saying is based off of their expertise or their experience. They feel like that this is the funding between local and state that should be provided for the schools based on the size and based on these other items, the unique learning needs, and then the direct funding. So within those weights, you see it was $34 million, almost $35 million. Direct is about 13. So total down at the bottom was $340 million of what the state is saying they feel like should be appropriate funding. Go back. That 292, it's circled up there, it's going to come back. So what we don't know when we start trying to estimate is the base and weights, that very top part, 70% of it statewide is going to be paid through the state. 30% has to be paid from local. So let me say that again. What that means is statewide, everything that's been calculated for base for every school district, that's $6 billion up there. The state is saying we're going to pay for 70% of that, and then it's up to all the local governments to pick up the other 30%. That does not mean that Williamson County is going to pay 30% or that of what their share is. That means we may be paying more because our fiscal capacity is higher. And so you've heard that before, the fiscal capacity. This is where it comes into play. So again, the state says $6.8 billion. All of the counties' locations are going to pay for 30%, which is where you get to the $2 billion. Then, right there, the 6.74% fiscal capacity comes into play. Every county is assigned a fiscal capacity, and it's based on SEBR and TASER, which are two different evaluations, and then they average those two together. Fiscal capacity is based on property values. It's based on median household income. It's based on the actual ability to pay taxes, how much we do collect. So because we collect 98%, our collection rate's high. Various numbers of things. SEBR is based some of the same things, that particular model, but it also takes into account farmland, different things, economically disadvantaged, sparse populations, all of that. So the state gives us that fiscal capacity number in April. And so for us, the 6.74% meant that $2 billion, we're going to pay for 6.74% of that $2 billion. So $138 million, which you would see right above where it says line 3. Williamson County, if you go back and you think on that first page, that 292 was that top far right corner. So we take the 292. We also have to take into account, it's coming back to play, our ADA rate, which is that split between FSSD and Williamson County Schools. I keep saying FSSD. It is FSD now. I forgot. Between the two.
FSD. Doing business as.
Correct. But you'll take that total. Also, you're going to have to apply the ADA rate, all to come down to say that the local contribution should be $128,895,000 for base. And then on the weight side, same column you work through, it was $32 million. So local should be providing $161 million. The very first page at the bottom, it was $340 total. If local is providing $161, then the states are providing $179.
So if I may, last year when the board voted on our budget in March, if I'm not mistaken, it was based on the fiscal capacity number we had at that time. The next month, they gave us a higher fiscal capacity, which.
We got it later, but yes.
Oh,
yeah.
so it actually came in May.
This
We
estimate
actually got
was
it in
one.
May. And that's why we were talking about that $2.5 million gap, because that data changed.
So are you confused yet on this whole formula? Because it's a few pieces, I know. So just keep in mind, we can't make this estimate until we know what the total is for the statewide. If we don't have that total, we don't know what the 70-30% split's going to be. And so we get, again, an estimate every month, the last week of each month, 26th, 27th of each month, starting in February. February's data points, but March is the first one. And then we don't get the final one until June. One of the things to keep in mind, too, was that this was supposed to be a funding formula. In May, we also received this notification, which was that $125 million that had been added to the base. So that's where that original 6860 to went up to 7,075. The state put in another $125 million to help with salaries for the teachers. And so that gets pushed down, and we were told that of the money we received out of our total TISA, $5.3 million needed to go towards teacher salaries. That was fine for us because we had done a 6% raise and totally had that covered. That may be an issue in the future. I don't know yet. It depends on how much money goes in and what they tell us. Another thing, just to remind y'all too, is that there were a couple of things that school safety grant, coordinated school health grants, that got incorporated into TISA as well. And so we were told, keep doing those projects, but there's not going to be a separate grant that comes through. And so this did come to us, like I said, May. It wasn't an issue. Expect to get it again in May this year, maybe. This particular slide shows you where we were in May is on the left side. Where we ended up on June 27th, 7th days after we voted on the budget, is on the right side. And you can see that there is a difference down at the bottom where it says state. We already knew that there was a difference from the month before, but then this was where we truly ended up. And so again, that's less than what we budgeted a little bit, but because we don't know what those outcomes fundings is going to be yet, we may or may not have to do a budget amendment to our revenue because of those changes. We'll see. Let's go. So then I thought it might just be a good idea for you. This is where I have fun and I play around with spreadsheets all day long and look at what we're getting. And so what you have on this screen, let me just back up. On the far right side, on the final projection we got in June, this data is coming straight off of this page. So the numbers are the same for this calculation. What I was trying to show you then is based off of our base funds generated, which is that left column. Per our students, we are getting from the base $3,957 from the base, and then from weights we're getting $18. And you'll see there's a total on the right, probably 3/4 of the way down the page that says $3,976. That is what we got from base and weights per student if you averaged it out, which is far less than $7,075, which you hear is what the base is. From direct funding, if you extrapolated it out by the number of students, it was an additional $318. And then for outcomes, just for kicks, let's go ahead and throw that in. So total funding, if we took it and broke it down, of what we're getting per student on average, then we're at that 4,400. Again, far less, $2,600 less than that base number that you hear. And I'm just keep saying that because I don't want people to get confused, because they're always like, I don't understand, you're getting $7,000 a kid, it should be fine. We don't get it. That 70-30 split comes in, and then the physical capacity comes in. So one more page, just for fun, was when we originally were looking at our budget, in green, the physical capacity was 6.63. When we actually got the change of our actual physical capacity, and it was 6.7, calculated it out to compare what the difference was in the two, and what the funding would have been. And that's what you're seeing on the screen, the change, and that's how we lost the $2.5 million. And I shouldn't say lost, that's the change in funding.
Where's the 2.5?
Well,
There's a $10 million difference there.
there is, and I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't look like. It shouldn't be. So something has happened on that one particular one. It should be. This doesn't look like, this is horrible. This doesn't look like my screen, so I'm gonna have to fix it. It was $2.5 million. I'm not exactly sure what happened. All of it's different. So I pulled the wrong spreadsheet. This is what happens when you play in spreadsheets all day. You pull the wrong one. So I have one presentation that's got it. I mean, I've got this one printed out that's got the other numbers. It's $2.5 million. That's wrong. So disregard that. That's a wrong.
But how much did the physical capacity change, like as a percentage?
It changed from 6.3 to 6.7.
6.63.
6.63 to
To
6.73, and the difference, so that one change, I am truly sorry that this shot doesn't do a thing for you because it's wrong.
So basically, it changed 0.1%.
Correct, and so I put that in there though to just kind of plant that seed too of if our property values are going to go up, odds are that fiscal capacity is going to go up, which means that again, our portion of what we're covering is going to go up.
So this may be too much, but this is the way I process it. We had 4.27% of the total public school students in the state, but we are responsible for covering 6.735% of the total local cost statewide. Is that a good description?
Yes.
So when that fiscal capacity goes up, we end up responsible for covering more of that local share that they're aggregating statewide.
And that's really not a function of our student population at all.
That's correct.
It's just a function of our
value,
effectively
the value of
our
our
property
county.
tax, our assessed value as a percentage of everybody else's assessed value
Those-
and sales tax.
And those two complicated formulas that Rachel mentioned, CBER and TASER, those acronyms, Center for Business Economic something and TACIR, that some of the formula actually includes per capita income. So some of it's not related to tax revenue at all in that formula.
But that was gonna be my question, though. If we assessed value, I guess regardless of whether we reassessed it or not, they're getting an annual look at everybody's assessed value, whatever, at a point in time, June 30th or whatever the date is. And so when we reassess in that year, assuming that everybody doesn't reassess at the same time, like in that year, I mean, if 0.1% can cause $2.5 million, our increase compared with the state is going to be, I mean, we're gonna lose
It could
a
be
lot
huge.
more than that.
It really could be huge, yeah,
No,
So-
I would imagine the state's not increasing their property values by 50%.
yeah.
We've kind of heard that across the board, the state of Tennessee has had an increase, that they do anticipate across the board that being the case, but the 50% and higher, no.
So
And so-
to your point, Jay, and to what Mr. Josh mentioned earlier, when they reassess, they have to drop the property tax rate, but it has other impacts that aren't related to the property tax rate, right, with the fiscal capacity.
Well, the fiscal capacity actually, it's not only, it's really pegged off of the assessed value, and it's assuming the state average property tax rate. So when we reduce our property tax rate because our assessed value goes up and we don't create any more revenue than that, the formula assumes that we're applying our revenue, our tax rate to that 50% increase, and therefore they think we have that $1.88 times that 50%, and we don't.
That's right.
Unless we're willing to do that, but.
So it puts pressure on the local governments to cover that gap.
And I just emailed you all the corrected slide. I am mortified. I hate doing things like that. So you do have a corrected slide, so pull that one out and replace it with what I just sent you.
Rachel, is it, sorry.
Go ahead.
before you
No, I was
finish.
gonna say, and so that's all I have to say. I will say that, we are anxiously waiting on the property tax reassessment to know what that's gonna do. And then that we do not get the, fiscal capacity until the last week of April. They told us that, well, they told us it would be early May, and we actually got it the last week of April last year, or this year for the budget, for this year's budget. And so.
In the Department of Education, is it Department of Ed or Revenue that gives us that number? In any event, the state was actually acting appropriately. That's when their deadline is, and so they met their deadline. They didn't do anything wrong in giving us that information.
Correct, and
It just, for practical purposes, it just comes too late, based on our, everybody's budgeting schedules.
And they have told us, that they would love to be able to get it sooner, but they're taking in anybody that's doing the property tax reassessments. They have to take all that value in to readjust the formulas, the Tasser and Sieber, to come up with it. And so they don't really know that they can get it to us any sooner, but that is a common complaint. We got it from the Tennessee Department of Education, is where it came from, when they officially reported it to us, because then they adjust our TISA estimate at that time, and that's when we're notified. Eventually, it does show up on both websites, the Tennessee website, State Gov website, and the Department of Education website. So that is a concern. One thing that I will throw out too is where it could be huge and it could drastically affect us. There is a mechanism in place that says that they will not reduce someone's TISA funding more. They'll only drop it to 95% of what you received the year before. And so if we did have this huge drastic swing, that mechanism is in place, that we, at the least, we would get would be 95% of what we got before, assuming that your student enrollment is the same.
I don't know if you want to back up a few slides, but where it comes to the state and local funding there for 25, and the state funds the 177,557, and the county or the local would be like the 294,109.
Which slide are you looking at?
Keep going. And in there, I think is probably fine. Somewhere
It
in
may be this one.
This
is that-
one.
Okay.
Yeah. Somewhere in there. Possibly. I don't know. Those two together is about 471,666,719. And then our budget last year was the 548,617. Where's the gap in that come from?
In
Like,
the,
where's the
in
funding?
total revenue?
Yeah, because I have like, that's like
Because
a,
that's just
almost a
what-
$77,000
That's just
million dollar difference. isn't it?
TISA is what you're looking at here.
With the state and local, right, together?
For this, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Let me
So,
s- I
Start
think, I
again.
think I know what you're asking.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah,
see
yeah,
if I
yeah.
can answer it. The document we get from the state, and I think some of you may have gotten that at the TSBA meeting, the Williamson County one.
yeah.
That document talks about the state minimum. School districts actually spend more than that because we add high school programs, et cetera. So when you see the state minimum where they say you have to spend this, that's the minimum. And the TISA document only shows that. It doesn't actually show it doesn't show the actual. It shows you have to spend at least this,
Gotcha.
if that makes sense.
Mr. Bostic, let me try this one too.
Yeah.
There is something called maintenance of effort. And so while this is saying this is what the local should provide, they provide more than that. And maintenance of effort means if they've provided funding in 1 year, they have to require, or they're required to provide the same funding next year, again, assuming student population hasn't gone down.
Yeah.
And so even though this is saying it's a minimum and this is what local
Mm-hmm.
should be providing, our county has always, I shouldn't say always, but as far as I know, as far back as I can tell, has provided more than that, what that maintenance of effort. And that may be the difference. that you're
Gotcha.
thinking.
Okay,
Yeah.
then the 290.
And statewide, virtually every district does. I actually asked somebody at the state last year, does every single school district provide more than this minimum? And the person I talked to looked up in the sky and said, well, there might be a very small district somewhere that just does a K-5 that doesn't. It was that kind of answer.
Yeah, could be.
Is it, to try to contextualize this a little bit, is it fair to say that, or is it accurate to say, that the state is saying through the formula that the locals here should be putting in $161 million, but we're actually putting in $300 million?
That's
that
what is
right?
occurring. They're saying bare minimum that based off of their funding formula, that's what the county should be putting in, yes.
So the county's putting in nearly twice as much as the state says it should.
It should.
And I don't know if that ratio is common across the state, but that principle is true across the state. The counties and others in school districts are putting in more than the minimum.
When you look at per pupil expenditure across the state too, I don't think that there's most people are not gonna be spending, if they're only getting 70% of that base. So let's say it's $5,000, they're spending double that. I mean, they have to. So that's not, again, I'm with Mr. Golden, I don't think that's that uncommon.
Yeah, the way I would describe it is that minimum that the TISA describes does not reflect actual needs.
Any more questions or comments?
The great thing is now y'all know everything I know. You have all the same data I have, but it'll start coming in, like I said, January, February. So we're gonna go ahead and present the budget. I wanted to do this with revenue to talk about it so you have an idea of where it's coming from, because these pieces are gonna be those last pieces coming in. We'll focus on expenditures, and normally when you're voting on the budget, that's what you're really looking at, is how much are we going to spend. And so we take the revenue, we use our fund balance, and we try to balance it out. But as you can tell, revenue is going to be estimates at best. And we have fun playing around with it, doing scenarios and the what ifs. And as we get each piece, then you'll get that, that will be shared with you.
So-
But felt like it was a good time to kind of go ahead and get in the backside of the revenue.
So at least from TISA's perspective, from the state's perspective, or your calculations, do you have any information that would say that our estimated budgeted revenue from the state is like where we're going to land at best guess today? better
next
off
year,
than,
for the-
well, just for this year?
For this year, I think this year we're probably gonna end up getting about 1.5 million more than we got the year before, is the best guess. We actually have the Tennessee Association of School Board Officials conference is next week, and that's normally when we get the first pushes of information about how things are looking in the state. That's where we'll get the first idea of what the budget's gonna look like, what the governor's talked about putting in. But for this current year, I feel like we're probably gonna be pretty much on track with where we thought. It's not as much money as the first estimates that came out, but it is a little bit more.
Okay, thank you.
And TISA did what the state leader said it would do. It did increase our revenue. So our state revenue did increase.
I just wanted to thank you for that, because that's a nice layer of transparency, and it was tedious, but I'm glad you walked us through it.
It does get tedious, and I know for some people are like, please quit talking, but I love it, so I get excited. So if you have questions and it comes up and you're like, I don't really have any idea what she just said, come and see me. And
I'm
I'll be
glad
glad
you
to
love
go
it.
through it with you. I'll be glad to do it.
Yeah, we appreciate this earlier look. It's very, very helpful. Thank you. A lot of work.
And again, I'm sorry about the one slide. I'll never forget it.
Of course, Jay caught it.
Mr. Chair, that's my report.
All right, thank you. I've got two things on my report. One is just a reminder that Monday we will have an attorney-client meeting at 5 o'clock prior to our board meeting, so just make sure that's on everyone's calendar. And then one minor adjustment we're going to make starting on Monday night in board meetings, and it is very minor, but I think it will help with efficiency, is that the county commission, if you've watched their meetings, has the ability through the screens at each desk to do motions and seconds on the screen. So when an item is brought up by the chair or loaded into the system by the staff, any board member can just go ahead, or any commissioner in that case can go ahead and just push motion and second, and it's loaded in. I want us to start doing that at our meetings as well. So it prevents me from having, as a chair, to look around and say, do I have a motion, do I have a second, finding someone to do that and putting people on the spot. So it will automatically load up. Someone can just push motion second, and it's in there and it's done, and then we can proceed right into discussion. So it'll probably take a meeting or so for us to get used to that, but I just wanted to flag it in advance so that you'll see Monday night we're going to start trying to do that. The caveat is that for the first two votes on the agenda, which is the approval of the agenda and the consent agenda, we'll do those by voice votes, because there's never really any objection to that. So we'll do those by voice votes, move through those quickly, and then every vote after that will be electronic, using the motion and second, and then ultimately the final vote. Does that make sense? So just be on the lookout for that. And that's all I have on chair report. Operations report, Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start out by giving a shout out to James Vermetti and his team. We always look forward to the pre-Thanksgiving. Not that every Thursday that he prepares food, his staff is good, but there's something a little extra about his Thanksgiving, and so I wanted to give his team a shout out. It was great again tonight. Start out with some construction updates. Got some really good news for Page High. There's still some work to do before we can actually get in Phase 4, which is the gym. But today we received our certificate of occupancy from the State Fire Marshal. So now it's just a matter of us finishing up some stuff. The bleachers have been installed. The big thing is painting of the floor, which takes about 2 to 3 weeks. This project was scheduled to be completed at the end of January. So our hope was that they would get to play maybe some tournament games at the end of the year, but it looks like they're going to get to play the majority of their season in the new gym. So super excited about that. Brentwood Middle School is coming along great. Block installation on the second floor is complete, and so they've started the third floor plank installation that's begun. The transportation building, the brick veneer is complete, and they're starting to work on the interior. 90% of the windows and doors are complete. And finally, the Innovation Center. The Planning Commission approved the site plan on October 24th, so permits should be issued before Thanksgiving, and we can start grading and demolition, and actual construction should start in early 2025.
And Brian, if I may just pitch in, we sent you all a notice. We're doing a groundbreaking on December 3rd. And I know
December
Lydia,
3rd.
Lydia sent you a invite for that.
And because we're talking about 5-year capital tonight, I do want, because we have some new board members that weren't here for last year's 5-year capital plan. I want to give a quick update specifically about our security line. It's a 3-year plan. You'll see year 2 is on the 5-year capital for this year. We started it last year, and that was had kind of 3 phases. One of them was to finish the exterior doors, to change them all over to fob, electronic fob system. That should be completed by January of this year. The next big phase of this project, and it's aggressive, but we want in 3 years to convert all our indoor classrooms and admin rooms, any indoor, to get rid of the locks and go to an electronic fob system. Our goal was to do 17 this year, and so far on that part of the project, all the backbone hardware has been installed, all the cabling has been done, and all the electronic control systems have been installed at 17 schools. So now we're in the final phase, which will take some time, and that's actually installing the fob lock on the door. The goal is to do 2 per month until June, and it should get us to our 17. And then we've also started our intercom alert system, and we should have our first one completed next week or so. That's phase 1. What you're going to be looking at tonight is just a continuation of that, which will be phase 2, which will be another 17 schools, and then the following year should finish it out. That's our goal. So that's my report, and be glad to answer any questions.
I've actually got a question, Brian. We were talking about Fairview Elementary School.
Yes, sir.
And we received some emails concerned about the plumbing. And I know
Yes,
I
sir.
spoke to this last month with some
Yes,
of the
sir.
replacement work that our maintenance department is doing. Can you speak to that?
Yes, sir. So we have completed all the replacement of the toilets in the building with the new, and help me, Adam, I forget it every time. What's it called?
Power assist.
Power assist toilets, which are a big deal. They flush harder, and those were finished sometime in October, and we've seen a big impact with those and a major reduction in work orders, which is clogs, which was the biggest deal. That has already been done. We still are going to get some engineers to look at it to see if there's anything else we can do going forward to improve it, but we've seen drastic improvement. That is not on the 5-year capital. That is in our annual capital, and we'll get into that later, how we do your bigger projects like school buildings and some of this stuff in our 5-year versus annual capital, which is stuff that kind of comes up as we see a need for, that we don't plan out as far on, if that makes sense.
So some of the emails, at least one I saw referenced a concern about sewage.
Yes, sir. There is no issue with that. No, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I've received several emails about it this week, and probably 7 or 8 of them since starting on the school board. So they do talk about bathrooms being regularly shut down, raw sewage flowing up from the drains. I don't know if that's not happening, but I'm hearing that from many different people. So I don't know
Yes, sir.
what that is. Yeah.
And honestly, Adam Christopher, our maintenance director, wasn't that long ago, met with the principal and staff, and those concerns were not raised to us. We have a plumber in that area, plumbing supervisor, and he actually does daily doesn't inspect every toilet, but he kind of does a general walkthrough of his schools, and yeah, we're just not seeing exactly.
So at this point, is it that have all the plumbing prepares for it like been done as far as what we've projected or said we were doing?
For right now, yes,
For
sir.
right now.
Yes, sir. And I believe we looked at the work
That
order.
just concerns me with these emails just in the last few days. If it's all been done and we're still getting emails about it, something's happening with somebody over there. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
right.
Somebody needs to
So we've
bear down on that
actually,
and find out what's going on.
So
Yes,
Brian,
sir,
just for
yeah.
clarity's purposes, have we gotten any reports from the school of sewage coming up the drains?
no, sir.
So given that, we will do a triple check.
Right.
And make sure based on the reports we're getting, because
And
we have not heard
actually,
it.
I met with Mr. Christopher earlier today, and I believe since, I can't remember when, I think there's been 7 work orders as far as plumbing related, which if you compare that to any school in the district is very average or even low. Almost all of them are clogs. And, yeah, we don't want to get in too much detail but yes,
Yeah.
we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I'd be curious about a further update with that, because, it seems like something is happening over there, whether perceived or real.
Yes,
but
sir.
I continue to get a lot of emails from
We'll
parents, people
yes, sir.
on staff there, and all kinds of stuff, so.
We will absolutely follow up.
Yep.
One suggestion might be that if Jason or his team weren't copied on those emails to you or to the board, and I don't think they were on some of them, might be worth forwarding all of them to him or to Brian, just so they can maybe respond directly to those folks.
That's a good, yeah, a couple of them were forwarded to me, but you're right, not every one, because we do want to make sure we respond. Dr. Royer and I had a conversation earlier today about how do we make sure we communicate what we were actually experiencing versus some of those stories. But again, the appropriate first step is to double check, make sure we're not missing something.
Any questions for Mr. King? All right, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to new business, and the first item is the 5-year capital plan, which we will be voting on Monday night.
Thank you, Mr.
Golden.
Chairman. I'm going to turn this over to Brian King in just a minute. I just wanted to mention a couple items for you. Our current 5-year capital plan is actually on our website, and we work off that, have multiple conversations about a plan for the next year. The purpose of this 5-year capital plan from our perspective is a little bit different from the purpose from the county government's perspective. Our purpose is to plan for it. County government uses that in part, but they also have an obligation based on their bond rating to have all entities that are funded by them produce a 5-year capital plan, because it affects their rating. It's one of their compliance issues. So from a county government perspective, when you vote on this, you are not actually asking for any funding. You're just letting them know these are our plans. From our perspective, especially that first column, we are letting them know we're going to be asking at some point during this fiscal year for those items in that first column. The second column and later, we will revisit those items again another year in this same meeting before we actually let them know for sure that the funding is coming. So that's just kind of the base philosophical issues related to the 5-year capital plan. When we do ask for funding, we come to you again and make a request for an intent to fund. So as an example, if we have something in this column, we tell you we will be asking in this fiscal year. At a later meeting, Rachel will present an intent to fund request that we will then take to the county commission. So there are no intent to funds tonight. It's just the 5-year capital plan. So that's the broad view. More specifically, this year, I wanted to point out a couple of significant changes. Number one, we do propose to push back a year the proposed schedule for the Nolensville area elementary school. But we do intend and we do recommend that we keep on track the exact date for the new middle school to open in 2027. That is based on our school numbers. I gave you guys some detail by email, but I want to speak to this just broadly at this work session. We project that in 2027, between Mill Creek Middle, Sunset Middle, and Page Middle, we will be about 263 students over capacities of all those buildings. That assumes all three of those are at capacity, and that's really not ideal. So we project that we will need that middle school. I didn't specifically mention Woodland in my email, but our chart actually had that. Woodland is within 10 or 15, projected to be within 10 or 15 of capacity as well, but it's been fairly stable, whereas the other middle schools in the zone haven't been stable. On the other hand, we have looked at the capacities of our elementary schools in that area. Sunset Elementary, Mill Creek, Jordan, and Nolensville Elementary. We project between all four of those, we will actually have about a 500 student capacity. 263 over capacity at the middle, 500 under capacity at those four elementary schools. So because of that, we are not recommending that we prepare to build a new elementary school in 2027. You guys may recall that I mentioned at the beginning, near the beginning of this school year, we've seen an uptick in middle school numbers aggregate, whereas we haven't in elementary. That's the aggregate. But specifically to the Nolensville area, that's our projections. Another piece I want to mention before I turn it over to Brian, some of our construction numbers have actually gone down. Eric Gardner is here, and by the way, Eric, thank you for the work on the gym at Page to get it done quicker that Brian mentioned earlier. Eric Gardner has done some market analysis. Some of the materials costs have actually gone down from a spike, and so you'll see actually a slight reduction in some of those projected numbers. With that, Brian, what else would you like to share with the board as we bring this proposed 5-year capital plan?
I believe you covered basically what I was going to say. I mean, yeah, not sure, but I'd be glad to answer any questions. It's basically what was on our 5-year last year, with the exception of we moved the elementary school forward a year. Some slight changes, but in as far as pricing and some of the maintenance stuff, but overall, it's what we presented last year of what we would present this year, if that makes sense.
Can I make one observation before we get into questions? I think it was useful for me coming on the board, and I think for the 6 new board members would be useful. Your eye normally easily goes to that bottom right corner, and you see $878 million. And I mean, and naturally you look at that and that's an eye-popping number. It's a huge amount of money. I would just encourage you not to go to that number, not to focus on that number, because as it's been said, the only column that's right in front of us right now to make immediate decisions on is the current fiscal year that we're in. Everything else is subject to change. We've already seen in the last 2 or 3 years that projects have been moved out, consistently moved out when population has remained flat. We push things off to future years. So just don't focus on the bottom right number. Focus on the current year and maybe the next year for purposes of the immediate needs and for planning purposes. That would be my one suggestion to you. And I would just flag that absent there being a different decision by the board, the suggestion that we're getting is that we do initial funding for a new middle school in this current fiscal year. So just so we're all aware, we'd be going to the county commission sometime before next June 30, probably April, May timeframe.
That's right.
With a roughly $24 million funding request to start construction of a new middle school. So that's number one. Number two would be aware and be mindful that in the second fiscal year, which is 25-26, so starting July 1 of next year on into June 30 of 26, we'd be asking the county commission for likely funding for second phase of the middle school and potentially first phase of the new elementary school, which could get close to, if you look at the chart, could get close to about $100 million worth of capital requests in that particular fiscal year. So just to level set what we're potentially looking at, and Jason was good about bringing up the population and the pressures that we're going to be facing to drive some of these decisions. I don't want us to really get into a rezoning discussion, but that's certainly one of the things that would potentially push out any construction decisions if we had to push them out. But that brings with it its whole other set of issues that we all are aware of. So anyway, I just wanted to say that at the outset to kind of put context around this.
And Mr. Chair, thank you for that. In short, we don't project that rezoning will solve the middle school numbers, whereas they do have the potential to solve the elementary school numbers by 2027.
Dennis?
I drive by June Lake every day. Is anybody looking at the new elementary school, the new middle school, and the expansion of the high school? Because you're going to get 12,000 people, 15,000 people in the next 2 to 3 years. They're building those houses really fast.
Thank you for that question. We are, and actually Allison Nunley is here, and Allison Nunley is watching that. Anything you want to share about that, Allison?
We do have capacity at the elementary schools in the south. That will hold us for a time. We do have capacity at Heritage Middle and Thompson Station Middle, but you're right, Spring Station Middle will get full quickly. So we do have some room to make adjustments before we build a new school.
She's also tracking the projected construction schedule, communicating with the developers on that.
What about the high school, Allison, and the high school situation down south?
We just completed the Summit High School expansion. They have capacity as well. They do have room for a while.
For a while, it may be the operative phrase there.
I just got the numbers. They've got about 2,200. They can handle 2,500, so that's an extra 300 kids. That's nowhere near what we needed because of June Lake in 2 to 3 years.
We're following it, yes, sir.
Okay.
So, Mr. King, and thank you for first of all for Adam and the everybody who's looking out in projections. So last year when we were projecting out a couple of years, and we're building in some estimated increases, not just today's dollars. And so I appreciate y'all kind of doing a relook at that and just updating the cost per. And we took off. I mean, just on that first line item, dropped it by 15%, which is not insignificant. So I appreciate y'all just looking at that and knowing, and then county commissions knowing that, hey, these aren't today's dollars, and when inflation hits, they're just going to be more. These are inflated dollars that we're expecting what they're going to look like out in 2029. So that's great. I really appreciate that. Question about the middle and elementary school on the east side between Split Log and the McFarland Road area. So do we want to go? I mean, obviously, McFarland is happening.
Yeah.
The growth is happening. They're giving us the land. So is the $3 million now, and this proposed? So what I don't understand is the proposed $60 million spread over 3 years is set to be asked for through the 26-27 school year on the same time frame as the middle school that's going to be built and ready at the end of that in the fall of 27. So should we move those out, or do we I'm just trying to figure out the timing of those.
Ryan?
Are you saying have them both open the same year?
No, I'm saying given the fact that the elementary school is, the projected opening is pushed out to fall of 28.
Yes, sir.
Should the 33 and the 23 be moved out a year?
So to your point, for the middle school, we have 3 particular cells, 3 particular years with funding staggered in 3 chunks. The elementary is staggered with 3 as well, but really with just some design money on the front end. But the substantial amount of $33 million and $23 million in those 2 fiscal years, when the projected completion date is 28. So your question is, should not those 2 numbers be pushed 1 year later if if the completion date is scheduled to be 2028.
Mr. Garner's going to answer. Thank you.
So the middle school's basically designed. The $3 million for the elementary school is to get started on design. And then I basically split the construction, how it would fall over the next couple of fiscal years. The fact that I understand Mr. Galbraith's point, should it be bumped over one, but really when we finish it, we'll have to ask for it. I guess if we're asking in June of the previous year, that money will be spent throughout that following year, if that makes sense.
Okay, so this is a function of when we have to ask for the money to get it to be on schedule. Because I was thinking, because it's also, we're going to build the elementary school probably. I don't know if it takes a year less, than the middle school, but it doesn't take quite as long.
The times have changed anyway. What elementary is?
Yeah,
6 months less, probably.
give or take, yes.
Yeah.
This particular middle school, though, if you've looked at that site, there's a lot of earthwork. So it may be 8-9 months longer than the elementary school would take.
Okay. So Jason, when we do go, let's just say by June, and we ask for the engineering money to design the building. I mean, we'll know more about the timing then. So based on this time frame, though, it looks like we could still, if we get the design stuff done, if the population grew and the student population grew, like based on this time frame, could we not still get it open in 27 we're not really making that decision right now?
Well, that last piece you mentioned is accurate. We're not making that decision right now. To your point, as we sit here, we would still have time for an elementary school construction in that year. If there was a spike and there's a substantial change, we would have that capacity.
So in addition to that 24 million that we're gonna start construction on the middle school, probably in the fall or whenever we get the money, and then what about our certainty on the 3 additions, the major renovations, as far as the Nolensville High addition and the Hillsborough and Grassland? Are we asking for those too? So is that really what we're prepared to ask for at the end of this fiscal year?
We do intend at the end of this fiscal year to ask for that. We've been engaged in a strategic process of our renovations. So Hillsborough, especially that renovation, we do intend to ask for that, and Grassland as well. The high school addition, that's design work as well for Nolensville High School. Those numbers are relatively small, $1 million, compared to the actual construction. Eric, can you give any details related to that and your projected construction timelines?
Yeah, so on renovations, obviously we do those typically just during the summer months. So because it's such a short period, it actually gets stretched out over 2 or 3 summers. So typically on our projects, when you see them in this format, that first number is going towards the design. And then in the case of Hillsborough, we would use the rest of that money over the next 3 summers to construct. For the high school addition, again, that first number would be the construction, the design, permitting, so forth. On an addition, on a renovation, on something that we've already done, typically is going to be a 6 to 9 month process. The actual construction is going to vary. Again, a renovation, multiple summers, working 2.5 months. The addition probably would be about a 12 to 15 month construction timeline.
That's great. One last question on Nolensville. Jason, I know, as far as where's Nolensville now and projected to be in 28 when we're saying we're going to need the 22 rooms, which is what we've done on all the other high schools?
Let me pull up Allison's exact numbers, but we're projecting it to be somewhere around 1,020, something around there for Nolensville.
Nolensville High School?
Nolensville High School.
Oh, I'm sorry, the high school.
Yeah,
I'm
Nolensville
sorry,
High School.
sorry.
Yeah, the Nolensville
Sorry, I
High
was
School
thinking-
edition.
okay.
So because we're basically saying, hey, in 28, we need to have some excess capacity for
Yeah.
for the high school and the middle school in that.
Sorry,
in that area.
I answered Nolensville Elementary.
And
Allison?
actually, we haven't got to those projections yet.
Okay.
But we'll get, I forgot one more.
But really, all we're doing this year is designing it anyway.
That's
So
right.
if it's after the design, if we say we want to push it back out out a year or so, if that's what it takes, then.
And if I may, you mentioned high school. I did a double check. Dr. Driggers mentioned Summit at 2,200. That's its capacity. The current enrollment as of the beginning of this fall, 20 days in, was 1,624. So we right now are about 500 under capacity at Summit. Independence is our most full school at a little over 2,100.
Did we push out Centennial's edition?
Brian, can you speak to that?
Yeah, let me look and see where it was last year. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We pushed it off a year.
And let me actually bring up Centennial's numbers as well. Currently, Centennial's enrollment is at 1,357 with a capacity of about 1,750.
Yeah, it's also the one that gets the hardest for out of zone, get cherry picked.
Well, that is true. Yeah, and you may recall, those of you who were on the board, I think 2 years ago, we actually recommended a rezoning that would include some of the southern area with Independence hitting capacity. We may need to revisit that in a year or two.
Where are the enrollment for the Fairview schools?
So Fairview Schools, and Allison, I'm going to invite you to speak to this as well, because Allison actually had a conversation with me about new development plans
There's a
in
lot
Fairview.
Yeah, there's like 30-some hundred roofs approved.
Yeah, there's a substantial amount. So Fairview right now, Fairview High School, I had enlarged this, so I'm having to scroll just a bit. Fairview High School is at 703 students with a capacity of just over 1,000.
Fairview Elementary is at 472, and capacity a little over 700. Westwood is at 535 with a capacity of 800 or so. And then,
I happen to have Fairview Middle, 539 with a capacity of 764.
Is the, I see on here the elementary school for Fairview that's on there. Is that a replacement of a school or is it an additional?
We're keeping that in there as a placeholder because we expect growth. We are projecting that as a new school. And depending on the growth, it may stick at that spot or next year roll to the next year.
Got you. When it comes to renovation, it would seem to me that Fairview Elementary would be something we would want to look at updating, if nothing
so-
else. I mean, that's our oldest school in the
It is.
entire district.
and we recently renovated it within the last 10 years. Now, understand a renovation is not, it's not going to be like completely redoing plumbing and stuff like that. It's
Yeah.
replacing ceiling tiles, floors, asbestos abatement, that kind of thing, lights. It's a lot of that is what we typically call a renovation.
Gotcha.
Now, Hillsboro's is a little bit different because of the design of their school and because of the safety with the entrance. We're actually redoing that, so there's going to be a little bit more work done, which is why that's more expensive.
For those of you who've been down to Hillsborough, there's actually kind of a double entrance where when you first come in the building, you can just, go down the halls. And that's an old design. So part of our renovation for Hillsborough is going to include a safety entrance that does not give access to the whole building when you first walk in.
When is, what's like a determining factor, like when you guys were checking out? Because I know there's been like some schools where we've totally torn them down and just built a new one in its place kind of thing. Some that are well after something like Fairview Elementary.
Yeah.
So how do we determine when that's done versus, and why not one over another?
So I'm going to invite Eric to speak to that, and Adam may as well. But Eric, can you speak to that?
Yeah, and Jason made a good point. I don't know if it was last month, a couple months ago, but the construction when Fairview was done from a structural standpoint, it's a very solid, good building. Even though it's old, it is solid and in good shape.
Except for maybe the plumbing.
Maybe
I mean,
so.
let's just be honest.
Right.
Yeah.
So some schools like Page, when we're doing additions there, it could not be added onto structurally and meet today's current codes. And so had it been built to the same standard, it may have just been an addition rather than a complete redo. Brentwood Middle School, the same way. It would not meet today's codes and standards, and so to be able to add capacity at a school like that, it really had to be redone. A lot of our elementary schools that we've added on to, where it's just adding a wing to it, and it doesn't change the structure itself, but just adding a wing to it, those can just be added on to. But anything that, any of our buildings, I know we've got structural engineers that have looked at the buildings over the years. We've got reports on those. But typically, to determine whether it was going to be completely torn down or not, a lot of it depends on when it was built, what codes are applicable to today's standards and so forth.
So the total rebuilds we've had in recent years at Page High School, Page Middle came close with a rebuild. Both of those included adding capacity, and then of course he mentioned the issues with some of the hallways and the structural design. Brentwood Middle, our structural folks evaluated it, and it had some problems. And there were slopes, if I'm not mistaken, Eric, where there were maybe violations, if I remember right.
Yes.
In the building.
And Brentwood Middle is a very unique campus because it's so small. I mean, the campus itself is one of our smallest. I think it's 13 acres. Most of our elementary schools are 20 acres. So it really didn't have a lot of room to add on to. And then when you take the age of the building and being able to add any capacity, we had to go up. And so in order to add on there, it had to be taken down.
Could we get the spreadsheet for like the whole district projections? I know we have, the middle schools in the Nolensville area and the elementary schools. But I'd like to see how we look as a district, because I know our enrollment hasn't increased. And while I would love to add 2 new schools to our area, when I see this price tag of $158 million, I just want to make sure that we're good stewards of what we have, especially with the fact that the growth hasn't occurred over the last few years.
Thank you for that. I will say, right now, our current numbers are on our website. If you go to our strategic plan page, you can click on our current enrollment, and we have every school grade by grade. So it's the current snapshot, and we always do that at day 20. So as an example, you will see, especially in the Grassland area, Hunters Bend, Grassland Elementary, Walnut Grove, those numbers are substantially lower than some of the others on the east side of the county. And we will get you some historical data as well. And Allison right now is working on projections for next year.
And those will be presented to the board in January. It'll be projections for the 25-26.
So what we can get you right now is this year, the previous year, and then they're working right now on projections for next year.
And it'll be presented. And Allison does a lot of work. She also has all the new subdivisions and where they are in the process and their schedule. She's constantly updating that data as well.
And that actually prompted a thought that I was reminded of in a conversation we had about growth, especially with Fairview. I mentioned water at Fairview because historically that's been an issue at Fairview because Dixon County Water is the supplier. And I said something to the effect of in our conversation to Allison, well, water is slowing Fairview's growth. And what was the phrase you used? They fixed that.
I said, not anymore.
Not anymore. So we are, especially at Fairview, we're keeping an eye on that.
One thing that's come up in the past on some of these discussions regarding whether to build, whether to manage growth another way, is the net growth in the entire county. This actually came up I think probably a year ago when we had this discussion. The net growth in the county is flat, but the growth in certain areas of the county is not. And obviously, Margie, your area, Nolensville, is one of those examples of an area where it's growing, whereas the western part of the county, Donna, your area is not. So, I mean, you've got 3 elementary schools over there in the west side of the county, Walnut Grove, Grassland, Hunters Bend, that are 50% capacity, right? Roughly. But yet you're at capacity or over at all the schools in Nolensville. So we were having this discussion earlier in a pre-meeting about if we stayed on the schedule for the Nolensville Elementary School to open in 28, even with that timeline, there would likely have to be, I know this is not a rezoning discussion tonight, but there would more than likely have to be a rezoning in Nolensville for the elementary schools before that school opened, just because of the growth and the current status of the enrollments. Is that fair?
That's correct.
So it's kind of two negative solutions, I guess. One is rezoning, one is spending money on these schools, and neither are great options.
And when was the last rezoning? I think,
it was just last year.
Oh, just last year.
Am I correct, or 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
I'm sorry, 2 years
Okay,
ago.
I was going to say, I thought it was 2022.
2 years ago.
Okay.
2 years
2 years ago. And Mr. Chair, to that, I sometimes talk, and I remember talking to the county commission about this. We really have 5 main things we do when we're dealing with growth. 1, we squeeze in, just to put it bluntly. Number 2, we get portables to address it. Number 3, we add on where we can. Number 4, we rezone, and then number 5, we build. And that 5 has to come last, to your point.
But three or 4 of those 5 you can't do and either have done or can't do in Nolensville.
That's correct. Yep. We have portables there right now. We squeezed in. We can't add on to that. It's substantial. I think, Eric, if I'm not mistaken, I think you said that you would analyze that design of the building. We could probably add 2 classrooms on, but it's not, the cost just isn't justified for such a small add-on.
That, and, I mean, our board policy doesn't allow to.
The capacity of the elementary schools. We've kind of hit that kind of the most appropriate size for an elementary school, and anything above that affects programming. That's part of it as well. But you're right. We've hit 3 of those 5.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but the growth or sort of where it's flat overall, it hasn't been flat uniformly.
That's correct.
And that we've seen growth more at the older levels, the high school levels, and it's more at the elementary level that we've seen some shrinkage. And the rationale for that is not because families don't want to come here. It's because our home prices have priced out a lot of younger families, starting early, who haven't established themselves so much and simply can't afford to move here.
I think that's right. We're seeing an increase in our middle school numbers, and the trend looks to me like that's what's happening, that families are saving up for, and more moving in middle school than we've seen in the past.
Sure, and you can't rezone a middle school or a high school kid to an elementary school, even if there's capacity there.
Yeah.
So Allison,
Yeah, I do. A couple things. Mr. King and I have done some tours and had some fun. And one of the places we toured was Franklin High, which is in my district. And where are we, just in either the one-year capital plan or the 5-year capital plan, on just the athletic facilities? We've got, when we were there, we talked about the communal showers in the men's locker room. How many high schools have the communal showers for the men's locker room versus the stalls? And, I talked to the Booster president, and I think they've had the same press box for the last 30 years, and they're joking about how on a football night with all these men moving around, somebody's going to fall through one time. And, we've just got some repairs, and where does that fall in the line of things? And I kind of agree with Dr. Johnson, just on these years. I mean, we haven't had any growth, significant growth, since 2021. And on these years, these flat years or years with negative growth, can we really focus in on getting some of these schools? Because I see, we've seen, these new constructions, they're beautiful, but then we see a disparity, some of these schools that really do need some love and some renovations. And can we really focus on that while we're not having growth? And I agree. And the other question, I'll get to the other question in a second. I'll let you jump in on that.
So sure, great question. And this is where the struggle is with trying to be fiscally conservative in this county, which we've always tried to do. There's kind of a hierarchy of what we want to do to maintain the schools. And so it kind of starts with your basics, your HVAC units, your roofs, your asphalt projects for schools, plumbing, kind of your big ticket items. And so just to be blunt, typically we don't get all of that funded. So we'll kind of come up with a list, either some of it's through the 5-year, and then we have the annual. And when we present that, typically that gets cut a little bit. And that's just the basic stuff. So it's kind of hard for us to reach that next level of things that I don't disagree that are needed. It's hard to put a press box in front of a leaky roof, or, a school that needs a full HVAC unit because it's 30 years old and it's time to replace it. We just never seem to get to that next level yet. So yeah, that's kind of where we are.
And safety's an issue.
Well, yeah, and safety's
right? And
the other issue.
We do make sure of that. And
Oh,
you may
absolutely.
remember that last year there was an issue at one of our neighboring school systems where there was a collapse of a portion of their stadium, and they had to do some immediate work. We've analyzed all those. We haven't seen that kind of a need in ours, but we do maintenance.
Yeah, and as far as the press box being safe, Mr. Christopher and his crew, they would look at it. If there's a serious safety concern, we would do something. But a lot of times it's just, honestly, just old,
Yeah, with the communal showers, I think that's kind of a possible liability thing that we probably need to put that, I'd like to see that kind of at the top of the list. And then just looking, when Superintendent Golden, when you said that that rezoning in the middle school to fix that problem isn't a remedy, because I looked and we have capacity for over 2,000 more students in our middle schools, and there's some, I kind of was looking at the capacity chart, but can you speak more to that, please?
Sure. I'm thinking regionally. There's a limit on the practicality of how far we can bus a student in a year. So When I mentioned those particular schools, I was looking at that region, basically the east side of the county. From Page Middle to Mill Creek to Sunset to Woodland, we project that there's going to be growth in that half of the county substantially enough that rezoning is not going to solve that. Brentwood and Woodland's zones have been fairly stable. It's possible that we'll get some mitigation of that with open zoning to Brentwood, right? Because we're finishing up that construction. And we're at 1,150 or so, if I'm not mistaken. I can pull that number up. But when Brentwood Middle is finished, we will have some capacity. I anticipate that we'll do some open zoning.
What will Brentwood be when it's finished?
Brentwood Middle is projected, when we're finished with construction, to have capacity for 1,500.
Okay, I think it's on here.
And right now, they're at 1,114.
Right, so we'll have a little
So
more
there'll be
there.
a little bit of capacity there. Grassland Middle, you've gone too far to be able to move Nolensville students. Now, right, and I will tell you, the interstate, you guys, when you think about traffic, the interstate is an issue because it really slows down transportation. We have looked at the capacity of us to do, in essence, a domino effect.
Right, like
rezoning. I think in a lot of situations that's not wise because some of those zones have been so good and so stable that we are creating a scenario where you might have a school here with a zone that backs up to it, and then the entire school zone is on just one side of the school, and that creates some issues as well. So when I gave you the numbers about the middle school and why we project that we are going to need it, it's based on that region. We will do some bits and pieces of, can we do some rezoning. Legacy has a potential for taking a little bit of edge off Page Middle. We're 2.5 years out from where we project we're going to need the school, but we will have some of those discussions.
And then my last question, so we were talking about that this is just a plan, and that we're just approving a plan, and I know we have 8 new schools on our 5-year plan. Am I correct? We send this on to the county commission to let them know this is our plans?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and they actually review it. Their schedule is January.
Okay.
Because of their obligations to their bonding company.
Right.
But I will tell you also, every year a commissioner says, we are not committing to spending any money with this 5-year capital plan. And somebody, I guarantee you, will say something to that effect when they look at it in January. I think I've heard that 19 years. And it's true.
It makes me wonder sometimes too whether the plan is actually the right word for this. It's more of a projection than it is a plan.
Yeah.
Plan implies there's a more than reasonable chance that it all happens. Projection is more of a, we think it might need to happen, but we're not sure.
That's a good point.
And I have one more thing, I'm sorry. So have we considered, and I know you guys probably have, but just outside of the box, because we have room for over 6,000 more elementary school students. Have we thought of like housing, moving, like some of the elementary schools might have some middle school, like through 6th grade? Have we examined that solution?
We actually do that in spots where it's feasible. The best examples we have are Mill Creek Middle Elementary, Thompson Station Middle Elementary. Right now, the rezoning would be difficult for the elementary school to send Nolensville to Mill Creek Elementary because the middle school capacity, right? Middle school's over capacity. We have. Now, to your point about, I'll give you an example. I've seen this in other districts. There's a 6th through 8 school, let's add 5th grade to it, right? Or the reverse. We've had some general discussions about that. We've never reached the point where we felt like that is a plan that we need to really look at. But I have seen that in districts that have had a substantial change. Might that happen if we continue to age out, at a high rate? That could potentially happen. We've also looked at the possibility of, in dense areas, could we create 2 schools, one being, say, a K-2, and another one being a 3-5 with overlapping school zones? We've had some discussions. We've never reached a point where we felt like it was the appropriate thing.
One thing too that complicates this is, I was thinking about I mentioned the elementary schools in the west, Hunters Bend, Walnut Grove, Grassland. You've got basically, I'm estimating this, but roughly 800 seats, if you will, among those three schools within 5 miles of each other. So when you think of,
A little less than 5 miles.
yeah, I mean, so when you think about how you can't look at the growth as a whole, you got to look at it regionally. You also have to look at capacity regionally. You can't look at it as a whole. Because, and I've made this mistake early on too, it was just kind of, if you look at the spreadsheet, look at the total numbers, it's deceiving because you have to look at it, okay, where are the numbers? Where is the capacity? Where is the overcrowding? And unfortunately, it tends to be happening, overcrowding's all in one place and vacancies all in one place. I mean, more or less. And I wanted to, again, for context, what's the last fiscal year where we started a new school? I know we finished Arrington and Amanda North, a couple years ago and opened those up, but when did we start? What's the last fiscal year that we started a new school?
Rachel and Brian, can you remember? What you're talking about is actually started construction.
Started construction of a new school. What fiscal year was that?
Eric, you may remember that. It would be Amanda North and.
Yeah, so we started those in 21. No,
21?
22. Because we opened it in 23, so we started construction April-ish of 22. So that would have been the
21.
The 21-22
fiscal year.
So 2020 or 21 would have been when we got the initial funding, planning money, engineering money, what have you, for those. So basically 4 going on 5 fiscal years since we started brand new funding for a new school.
Yeah.
Which is pretty unprecedented for this county.
It is, yeah.
Historically.
It dates back probably to the 80s.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. There have been some years where we've done 2 a year.
Jason, if, would it be possible, I guess because I'm anticipating accompanying this to, when you go meet with the budget committee and education committee and talk about this, but would it be possible to show the kind of, whether it's a heat map or something as far as the countywide with the zones for the elementary schools, the middle schools, and the high schools, to kind of show where we are in terms of at, over, or under capacity? I think the picture would tell this more than the spreadsheet would, just to show that, because I know we can do it by zones, because I'm thinking that the zones might tell you, hey, there's these that are, Nolensville's all over capacity or largely over, versus, I mean, I think it would tell a lot. The picture always tells 1,000 words. We can tell people that there's capacity everywhere, but until you see it and can communicate it, then maybe it doesn't.
That's not a bad idea.
It's a
Not
great
everyone can
great
rattle
idea.
off the top of their head where every school is located, right? We have 52 schools. I think everybody could say one of those, the virtual school, they would know where that is. But every other one, they probably can't name, right? So that's not a bad idea at all. We'll do some brainstorming over that.
Thank you. That's
Well,
a
I was
great
gonna-
suggestion.
I was going to add with the heat map that I know in my area, that might also help convince some of the parents to say, hey, Sunset or Arrington or College Grove, they're sitting over here at whatever capacity. If you don't want your child in a portable, consider during open enrollment moving. And it's not like they're that far from each other, so.
That's a good suggestion too. I do remember lots of discussion about Nolensville Road a couple of years ago also. We'll talk about that. We do have the capacity to do a heat map with bullet points of every single student in our district. You can see that heat map, but you're talking about actually a heat map from zone to zone with a red, yellow, green, or some kind of color coding. Yeah.
I wish you great luck in making those arguments. All right, anything else on the capital plan? We will be voting on that Monday night, so be prepared. All right, moving on to the next item, approval of the 25-26 and 26-27 school calendars.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We were actually proposing 2 calendars to you this year, and we mentioned this, I think, a month ago. And Dr. Webb, if you would, I'm going to turn this over to you, and if you would share some details related to both of these proposed calendars.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Golden. Good evening, Board. Just as a reminder, the calendar committee began thinking about the feedback that we'd received from the board. Of course, no calendar parameters were voted upon, but I shared a few points just from the conversation surrounding the calendar. One that you all had heard, as well as many of us, just positive feedback on the current year's calendar. You had asked for 2 years layouts just for planning purposes. That was echoed as a welcomed site for our schools as well, just for planning purposes, to be able to plan 2 years out. I know our families shared that they would appreciate it. I also noted that there was a request for us to evaluate school snow days, just to have, or inclement weather days, just to have a conversation about whether or not 10 needs to remain or if we need to reduce. And I also shared with the calendar committee conversation from last year, a year ago, in regards to the calendar. The request from the board was that we not bring forward a recommended change to late starts or early releases until a decision was made by the Strategic Planning Committee in regards to school start times. So we started with those pieces in mind, and then started with our own collective commitments, keeping in mind the state expectations for school calendars, as well as our own feedback that we had received from our schools. We established the collective commitment of ensuring that we have the best possible instructional calendar for teaching and learning to take place, looking at full weeks of instruction where breaks fall, looking at a balance of days in each quarter and semester, with the greatest importance being on the first 3, knowing that the fourth quarter, many of the instructional days would be used for testing, school-wide testing, state testing, and some national testing, of course. Looking at the breaks, we wanted to make sure that we reviewed historical attendance data, research data points, national holidays, including religious, local election and national election days, and review any feedback that we had from the community. Since we hadn't had the plan to make any major changes to the calendar, we didn't solicit a Google form out to the full community to solicit feedback. But we did ask principals to share with the calendar committee between our first and second session any feedback that they had heard from their parents, their PTO leaders, their student leadership, their teachers, and just in general for their school community, so we could take that feedback into consideration. So we did collect that. Ultimately, we're proposing to you a very similar calendar to this year's. For the 25-26 calendar, you're going to see pretty much a close mirror to this academic year, with one exception. There is not a November election date in the next academic year. So the calendar committee recommended moving that professional development day from the first week of November to either the start or the end of a week, not in the middle of the week like it is on an election year. And the calendar committee elected to make the recommendation to move that professional development day to October 31st, Halloween, which falls on a Friday. So that's the only significant change that you're going to see in the 25-26 calendar. In the 26-27 calendar overview, you're going to see that school will actually begin and teachers will come back 1 week later than our current calendar. We have heard that feedback in the past, just the request to have a little bit of a longer summer, come back later in August. We were able to make that happen in the 2-year out calendar because of the way the calendar fell. There happens to be an additional week in May, so we were able to shift things forward a week, which allowed us to keep those bookends of August as a start, to keep Memorial Day weekend as the end of school, and then of course to keep an abundance of breaks as we have traditionally had in the school calendar. So you'll see those pieces. One thing to note is that on May 5th, 2026, it is a countywide primary election day. In communication with Chad Gray at the Election Commission, we just wanted to share with the board the transparency of, we made the decision to recommend to you a calendar that has us in school on that day, even though it is a countywide primary, because AP testing is taking place, and that is a national assessment week. And all of our high schools actually, and many students within each of those high schools will be participating in AP College Board testing during that week. So we made the election to have school not to be out of session and to work closely with the Election Commission to ensure that those countywide primaries could take place with minimal disruption to either the testing or the election itself. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has, but that's the broad overview for you guys.
We had a constituent reach out about staggering I think you would send it to it. I just wondered if you could speak to that a little bit. Staggering like the fall break and the spring break for divorced families and how that kind of falls on the same weeks for them.
Thank you for that question. Yes, you'll see a cadence with each quarter because we are working to have as close to possible a close number of days and weeks in each quarter for the instructional purpose of the balance of the calendar, which could mean that off weeks continue to fall in the same pattern, I guess was the request from the constituent. And so that's why we have the pattern that we have and the number of days in each quarter is for the instructional days and weeks to continue and to have that balance between each quarter. But we did recognize the point that was made by that family member about a family that may have a parenting plan that says every other week a different parent may have custody of a child, and that may put some stress on a family if the same parent continues to not have that week off. So we recognize that could be something that a family would have to work internally to resolve.
If I may speak to that, it's possible, depending on how the weeks fall, maybe every 5th or 6th year it flips, but because of the way the calendars, you might have a number of years in a row. The parenting plan, and we actually receive the parenting plans of any divorced family. The parenting plans anticipate this possibility and actually allow divorcing parents to be specific about spring break. They actually call it fall, winter, and spring because the courts recognize those breaks. Now we probably, I don't know that every school system in the state has a full week fall, full week spring, but that'd be my best encouragement to folks. Look back at your parenting plan. If you want to make sure you alternate those holidays, the state has given a mechanism to address that, and you won't have to worry about our calendar so much. Because of our structure, it's tough for us to anticipate that.
Totally understand. His rebuttal to that was that it could create where one parent might have the child for 3 weeks in a row.
That's right.
And dealing with that. So
Yep.
while I understand the frustration of that, it's hard to build a school calendar around individual.
That is tough.
Family problems. So thanks for talking about that.
Yes, sir.
I have a quick question. Why do we have like Constitutional Day and Columbus Day and Veterans Day listed when students are in school? Only because I know that caused a little bit of confusion. I heard some people thought, the kids were off for Veterans Day.
Thank you for that. Well, and Dr. Webb will speak to it. I will say we've gone back and forth over the years with that. I will say we like having Constitution Day mentioned because it is a focus during school. But Dr. Webb, can you speak in more detail to some of those?
Yes, thank you for that question. My recollection is that a few years ago, it came up in a conversation at the board, and the recommendation was made at that time to document all national holidays, whether we were in school or not in school. And so we did add that a few years ago. My recollection is that it was as a result of a board conversation.
And if I'm not mistaken, I remember one example for some reason. It surrounded Columbus Day because many banks are closed. And so I think the discussion was at that time at least, well, some folks might be assuming we're closed because the banks are closed, so let's be specific. That's my best recollection of it. But the reality is, we hope everybody checks every date, right?
Mr. Golden, I'll only add, I know that Veterans Day was a part of that conversation
Yes,
too.
thank you.
And we know that there are some families that would like to have Veterans Day off. It's to participate in Veterans Day activities. As a school system, our schools have enjoyed being in session on Veterans Day so that our students can celebrate, recognize our veterans, and to learn about the significance of that holiday and to participate as a school.
Thank you for mentioning that. I actually spoke to the county commission about that very issue because I spoke to them on Tuesday after Veterans Day, and we were in session. And I let them know we intentionally and thoughtfully have school on Veterans Day so that our students will and can participate in those programs. I think we had 5 different high schools represented in the parade, and they were in school. That was bands and JROTC programs. And I can't count the number of elementary schools who had some kind of program. We have had in our tenure here some years where we didn't do Veterans Day, and we felt like it was better because we were able to let students know on that day, have parents and grandparents who are veterans in. So that's intentional.
Okay, any questions? And I don't know that it was mentioned, but just to flag that the late start, early release days are also built into the 25-26 document.
Yes, sir. So you will see the late starts continuing for secondary schools in the same pattern that we have in the current calendar. Same with early release. You won't see any of those dates in the 26-27 school calendar. That would be something that we would look at in the next calendar cycle. Again, taking into consideration any kind of potential change in school start times.
Everyone clear on that? So we'll be voting Monday night to approve both those documents. All right, we can move on to board policies. I'm going to, for the next 3 of these, the 3 policies that are in question, I'm going to kick it to Mr. Galbraith for a readout from the policy committee and then get whatever input we need from Jason, Dana, or others.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hang on, Jason. Jay, we've had a request for a break. Why don't we?
Just like 5 minutes.
5 minutes. 8:40, we will return. Thank you.
My son called.
Good, I'm not the only one.
Oh, I gotta get that. My son called. I'm like, oh, yeah. He never calls.
All right, we will reconvene.
You're a lefty. I am. I know that's an earlier today. I'm like, you're going to be like, I don't want to be on there. No, it's fine. I think being a teacher, I always know, I love to be lefty.
For first reading, we've got policy 6.4031, pediculosis, otherwise known as head lice. So there has been a change of the CDC, which actually now mirrors what the what our state Department of Health had already recognized, and so we're proposing. The proposed changes to recognize the updated language in the CDC, essentially recognizing that that head lice, while a nuisance, is not considered a health hazard and is not spread disease. So all the while we do take precautions, and we're proposing the small change. In essence, is a child who presents with active and comes to the nurse because they're itching, does a review, has active head lice. Today we will call the parents and send them home. In this policy, we'll call the parents. They'll have the option to send home, but we will not send them home from school. When they do go home, they still have to come back having been treated, and then we won't treat them. We won't allow them to come back to school until they've either been treated, and if they haven't been treated and they have active lice, then we will send them home and we start that process over again. So that's you can read the details of the policy, but that's pretty much what it says. I don't know if anybody has any questions. We had a good discussion at policy meeting.
I have. We did get an email from a constituent who suggested that a simple notification that a student in the grade had lice, that could prompt, other parents or guardians to check their kids when they got home. I thought that was a really good idea. It's not singling anybody out, but it goes out to the grade, and, parents can then at least check their kids' heads.
So I can remember, I've been on the board long enough to know that we used to do head lice notifications, and we don't anymore. So Dana, can you give us a history lesson on that?
Sure. So the health experts will tell you by the time that you see live lice, it has been 2 to 3 weeks before they have actually been infected. So, and I think there was going to be either a News Channel 5 or a News Channel 4 story today. It's run, okay. I know they went to the lice store, the lice place. And I think that was the majority of the story instead of our policy. And my understanding is they gave a lot of detail about not calling people out, and I know we're talking about the full grade instead of the classroom, which is how we used to notify. I do think there's some wisdom in that. I do think they really talked about not prevention, but treatment and education, which is consistent with the recommendations in the policy.
All right. Again, this is for first reading. We'll take it back to policy.
Yeah,
I
do. So I had several emails that came my way about letting a child stay till the end of the day, and I don't have a problem with most of this language, but I would like to know the person that seems to me that benefits from this is a parent, that they can wait till the end of the day. I don't know that many parents would take that option personally, because you have to go buy the medication and treat the child and clean everything up, and you'd probably want to get that done sooner than later. But I think about who does it inconvenience, And I think there's a lot more people that are inconvenienced if we take a look at that question. My daughter, she's in Nolensville, and she said that, is it Mill Creek or one of the schools out there? Yeah, Mill Creek has a head lice problem currently. And so I strongly disagree that we should, I kind of feel like most parents would want to pick up the child as soon as they're available. But I would like to see in the policy that does not change, because we're really inconveniencing, teachers, the other students, parents, and I think it's just kind of inconsiderate of all those other people, in my opinion. So that's my thoughts.
So your suggestion would be to change the language to do exactly what?
So that the parents would have to pick up the child as soon as they're able, and not let the child stay there for the entire day.
Okay.
Kind of within the current policy.
Right.
Correct.
So not changing the policy, yeah.
So Dana, could you speak to, I know you talked to our nurses, and I mean, what did they say about the risk of infection for a partial day or even a full day?
Sure. So I do agree that most of the parents, given the option, and they would have the option to pick up, we're not taking that away, nor would we. I think most parents will, because the reality is, if the nurse is calling you, your child itching, so you want your child home, just like if they had a fever or vomiting or any other issue. I do, from the medical standpoint, in speaking with our nurses, the nurses say that lice do not jump, which I thought they did. So it truly is head-to-head contact or sharing of a coat, a hat, something pretty immediate, because if a live lice, I'm not saying that out loud, are not actively on your head, then they can only survive 48 hours. So I've learned more than I've ever wanted to. Again, if that is the will of the board, I would not recommend changes. I'd recommend leaving, the current policy, if that's what y'all want to do.
Yeah, I also researched and found those same, just exactly what you were stating. That's all very accurate. But I just feel that that we are making, by changing the policy, we're making it convenient for one parent when we're actually when we're inconveniencing so many other people. And we have an example of a head lice problem in Mill Creek. And I think it's best practices to just keep it the way it is.
Once the student sees the nurse and the nurse determines there is lice, where does the student wait until the parent can pick them up? In the nurse's office, or do they go back to class? Because it could take a couple hours for the parent to get there.
Dr. Royer, would you mind speaking to that?
I don't know the exact answer to that at the moment. I think it depends on, similar to what Mrs. Osbrook said, I think it depends on how the student is presenting. I know that our intention with families is to not send a student back in any way that would be embarrassing. So if they're headed back to, they'll grab their things and then wait in the clinic. That's right. We certainly aren't sending them back with the intention of being dangerous or infecting in any way, and also balancing that. But I don't know the exact nurse protocol. Mr. King, I'm not sure if you and Sarah have had that. We will try and find that out while we're having this discussion.
That would then seem to be like the current policy might be the best, is if that's what they're going to do anyways. Because I think the heart, correct me if I'm wrong, but the idea behind changing it was that this, I think it's kind of up in maybe in the first language of it, the first paragraph there, where it's like, we're not denying an education or something like that, their educational day. which would make it seem like the expectation would be that they would be back to class, is how I would kind of read it. No student should be denied an education solely due to the presence of head lice. And so, I mean, if you're sitting in the nurse's office, you're being denied an education, which language seems harsh to me, denied an education, you know. If you have a fever, you're denied an education, you know, type of thing too, I guess. But I kind of agree. The more I thought about it, you know, over the last few days, I was kind of like, gosh, if my kid was in class and got lice from somebody because their parent didn't want to come pick them up or what have you, I'd be ticked about it. And then particularly, yeah, you know, and you know, I think about like some of our special education students with different things that they're dealing with, and that can be much more than just an itchy head. That can be something that really freaks them out, you know, for themselves personally if they have to deal with that. Not saying that they're always going to be exempt from it with that, but I don't know. I think I kind of agree with you. I think best practice is probably just that they should be picked up. Because this too also, I know we added in that line, the red line. Could you scroll down a little bit? I'm sorry, I got you all over the place. If live lice are found to be present in a student's hair, then the steps outlined above in paragraph 2 will be followed. But that actually does nothing because it just says, well, the nurse is going to look at it and then they'll send them back to class and tell the parent. So it's like there's no remedy beyond the first thing. It's like it's Groundhog Day for lice with these kids. So I mean, that's my 2 cents on it.
So we'll vote on this on Monday. Obviously, the vote is to take it back to policy. We'll have some more discussion on it, but so completely open, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, it's to Mr. Galbert's point. It's first reading.
All right, second policy. This is for these next two.
I'm sorry, Jay.
Yes, sir.
I did get an answer to the question.
Okay.
They wait in the clinic, Mr. Driggers. The student waits in the clinic until the parent arrives.
Until they go home.
That's the current policy. So they wait in the clinic until the parent arrives.
I just have one
agree
more.
with Dr. Euler. Yeah, once they're in the nurse's office, if it goes beyond that, then they wait there. You don't send them back in the class and embarrass them or hurt their feelings or.
Correct. That's
they
what
have
we
to
just
be pulled
confirmed.
out again. No.
Correct. That's what we do currently. Yes, sir.
So what would we do under the change policy? I guess that's my question is, you know, talking about not inconveniencing the parents. I'm trying, what is the inconvenience?
The way I read this proposal, which actually reflects some of the TSBA language, restricted only their access to the educational program, to your line, it shall be restricted only to the extent necessary to minimize the risk of transmitting the infestation. So that would, then there would be a little bit more discretionary responsibility falling on the nurse to determine, might this child spread the risk of infestation beyond. And if the answer was yes, as I read this, then the child would still stay at the nurse's office. If the answer was no, then the child would could return to class.
Okay. And then if we scroll down with the existing policy, you're talking about denying a student education, and we've learned that learning loss is a real thing. I mean, a day is not being denied an education. You know, it's, I don't know, someone point a fever or a suspension for misbehavior or what have, none of that is denying an education. But in this case, I think the existing policy, if I'm reading it correctly, we're talking about extending several days based upon, you know, active infestation, and I don't know if it's nits or what have you. I mean, it's a discussion about lice, and I get it. And as soon as you say that, I mean, you know, I immediately want to scratch my head, and I don't know if I'm on it, hair starts itching.
Yes.
And all of the stigma with it from a child, but it seems like what we're doing here is actually taking, said, here's the latest health information from medical professionals based upon data and science, and this is what we recommend for the best interests of the children. Am I wrong on that?
I think that was the intent of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's why we looked at it, was because of the new guidance. So, I mean, if we can choose to stay or go
Right.
with it. So,
And I have one more comment, kind of suggestion as well. When I was a teacher, then if there was a classroom that a student presented with head lice, then all the students were checked by the school nurse. And currently, just talked to my daughter today, and she was saying last year, her little preschool son, they had that, and they had that same policy where they checked all the students' heads in that one classroom. And I'm just thinking about Mill Creek again, and, you know, their head lice problem that they have, and I don't know any details about it, but, so that's something I think I would consider maybe adding to the policy instead.
So if I can address that, because again, I think you and I are subject matter experts at this point. So in talking with Sarah Whitfield, in working through this policy, as well as, and I wish I could remember the name of the place in Williamson County, the lice store, the lice place, whatever.
It's called the Lice Place.
They have, part of the interview that they did today was that in a school building, doing an assessment of every child's head is not reasonable. There's not the manpower, there's not the bandwidth. They hit on that, and my understanding from Sarah was they agreed.
Classroom?
Yes, the entire classroom. Yes, ma'am. Yes, just the classroom, and they agree, and Sarah agrees with that. Because remember, we've got a school nurse that while dealing with the child with live lice is also dealing with, they're responsible for the health of every other child in the building. So it's not just line up and let me check your heads. So that was a piece we talked about this afternoon. So it sounds like we're gonna have a lively discussion at second reading, so.
good times.
Well, and just to flag too, that the next policy committee meeting, if I'm not mistaken, is not until January, right?
Mhm.
So we have roughly 2 months to get new language put together and think through this. But it does strike me that, you know, in 4 and 5 that are stricken through entirely, if we're going back to the original policy and we don't strike that, what we're essentially saying is the student may return to school only after the hair has been treated. Parent presents to the principal proof of treatment, a release from the Department of Health. I mean, we got to think through whether we really want to burden parents with that to that extent. But I don't disagree. There's certain things that could be done, but to go back to the original policy means we're doing that.
Yeah, I think we can tweak it.
But we have a lot of time to think.
Yeah,
through
and
it.
I don't mind a combination. I'm
Yeah.
just, my sticking point is just allowing the child, because right now the child is being separated, apparently, from our conversation, the child is being separated from the class. So what's the point of that language in there if they aren't in the class with the other students?
Well,
Yeah.
I guess
Right?
based on the new policy, once they found it, if they chose to leave, then they would stay in the nurse. But if they chose to stay, they would go back to class for the rest of the day.
Well, and the nurse would have the responsibility to minimize the risk of spreading the infestation,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah,
probably a
But
detail that's
before,
worth.
I mean, I guess if the policy stayed like this, I would be hesitant to place blame on a child for spreading for spreading lice. That's not a disease. It's a nuisance for sure.
Right.
But given the fact that, like she said, that it's a 2-week process to get to live lice, and so if the child is there, like exposing the other kids in the class for 3 more hours, as opposed to being with the kid for 2 weeks and they might have, I mean, there might be other kids in the class. Like, I just hate the contact tracing of that and trying to go back and say, go back after the fact and say, well, you went home for lice, but you didn't go home, but I got lice, 2 weeks later and it's your fault. Like, I don't know that we can say that. Like, that's it's a little much. So, like,
You just triggered all of us with contact tracing.
I know.
So, do we, I want to be careful about using this language because this is how rumors sort of get started, but do we have an infestation problem in any of our schools?
Dr. Royer?
There are, well, I can speak for Sarah.
Oh.
Because I
Okay.
feel like I've talked to her
Yeah.
almost daily, including right now. There's lice in the buildings. Apparently that seems to be fairly common in elementary. We live in the South and it's still warm.
Yeah, from day to day,
Right.
we have 28 elementary schools, 30 now.
Right.
Thank you. I'm still using 28 based on the last one. Dr. Roy, I know,
No, but I want to be clear. My question here is not, is there an existence of it in some building somewhere at some time? I understand it's kids and
It
school
happens.
and to the point in the South, and it happened last year, and it happened the year before, and it'll happen next year, and et cetera. But I think the word infestation was used, and if that's not accurate, let's clear that out, because I think that's how rumors and social media and
Yes.
everything gets started.
Thank you for that.
If that's not the case.
To that point, I guarantee you, Dr. Royer, when she heard Mill Creek, she checked.
I did
Because
indeed.
Because we hadn't heard that. Dr. Royer?
We do not have, the confirmation that I have from the principal is that she is not aware of an infestation. We were out of the building today for professional learning, so she'll be checking immediately in the morning, but I don't think it would have happened only today. So at this time, we don't have any information about there being an infestation of lice at Mill Creek Elementary.
And so apparently Sarah's also watching. Since lice is a community issue, there is lice in the buildings. This year is no different than previous years. So no infestations that are abnormal.
We're all tired of scratching our heads in this meeting, but just to clarify, this change was precipitated by the CDC guidelines, correct? The change in the CDC?
I can't agree.
But
I
tell
can't
me what
agree with that, but I will say this.
Tell me why it changed, yeah.
I can't, so there were several news stories over the summer that the CDC had changed their guidance. In reality, they had not.
Okay.
The guidance that they have been following didn't change. With that being said, we aren't following their old guidance. So I didn't think it was worth really pointing it out. We're also not following the guidance from the Tennessee Department of Health.
Because it's footnoted on here too.
Right. So so when I was asked to look into it, from a medical perspective, our nurses would say it's not a communicable disease, and that, in their opinion, medically, should not be the sole reason that a child goes home and doesn't remain in school.
So to that point, there's a gap in our current language and our reality. It says response to head lice in the school setting is governed by the rules and regs of the Tennessee Department of Health, but our policy doesn't follow those rules and regs.
Okay.
So either way, we do need some discussion.
I was just.
Yeah, what are those? What is the policy? What do they recommend?
So that's the language verbatim, lines 5 and the beginning of 6 is what is in the Tennessee Department of Health guidance, which is, it's not considered a health hazard as head lice do not spread disease. No student should be denied an education solely due to the presence of head lice.
Scroll to the top, Tim, please. Right there, stop.
Lines 5 and 6, not bullet point 5.
Right, lines 5 and half of 6, where it goes, and his or her educational program, that is not guidance from the Tennessee Department of Health. that is language several school districts, Rutherford, Wilson, several, Montgomery, have in their policies. Could have come from TSBA. I'm not sure the origin, but I feel good about 5.5 of 6.
And the no student, Dana, because there was questions about that, that comes from the Tennessee Department of Health, correct?
That is correct. Through head lice, there would be a period instead of a comma.
Yeah.
So-
So you asked about that earlier. That's where that language
Gotcha.
came from. Yes, sir.
So when, I guess then, my question would be, shall be restricted only to the extent necessary to minimize the risk of transmitting the infection. Well, why even have that there if it's not, because it sounds to me
Sure.
like we're saying, well, it's not a big deal really, and we can't take a kid out of school for it because it's not really a big deal. But if we want to minimize the infection, we can send them home.
Well, this is my best answer
Yeah.
to that. There's health rules and then there's practical that aren't health related.
Yeah.
The health guidance we have, and I'm paraphrasing Dana, is there's really no basis for a health reason to remove the child. But we're looking at the practical with the infestation. And that is, do what you can to minimize the student being out because of the practical aspects that Jay talked about. It is a nuisance, and it's infestation versus infection.
So then the policy, I guess we should create, should be more from a practical standpoint.
I think it's a
At the end of the
marriage of the
day, yeah.
two. And
Yeah.
so here's what I would say. The educational program should be restricted only to the extent necessary. So for instance, if it is a kindergarten classroom with a child who has live lice, then part of that restriction might be don't put them on the carpet for story time, where they lay down and they put their heads together. So it then becomes practical. It doesn't necessarily mean that child goes home, but it does mean let's train staff in best practices to keep the transmission minimized because we know they can't jump.
I got
So it's an education piece, because if you had asked me before this policy, I would have told you absolutely jump,
Yeah.
because that's what I
It's
thought.
the video we all watched in school, don't you remember?
100%. So that is why that language is in there, because we still want, even though it's not, they don't spread disease, it is still a nuisance. Nobody wants it.
Yeah.
So there are some things that we can do to minimize it.
I got you.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay.
I think for me, I would, from a practical standpoint, and to not put more burden on the teachers to have to create something and a special thing in the classroom for the student. I think it's just history and tradition of head lice, how we've always treated it, I think is fine. That's my 2 cents.
All right. So let's move on to the policies for second reading. The first one is interscholastic athletics, 4.301. Making a couple of editorial changes in here to kind of define club sport more clearly, with the goal, the stated goal of the policy change is to update our communication and recognition by the school and by the district. So during the policy committee, we effectively, at the bottom of page 3, lines 42 through 44, we kept most of the language basically that says that the schools and the district these club sports shall be still included in communication and recognized by the district. What we struck is to the same extent as school-sponsored sports, and so our conversation there was primarily around the Wilcos, and so staff is going to is going to be reviewing. They're already doing a review, but they're going to be reviewing the Wilco specifically in the interim, and determine kind of how that would it doesn't say that we can't include them in the Wilcos. At the moment, the determination by staff is that certainly we can't do it this year. They're going to evaluate it, and I presume come back and we'll talk about it in the future. But right now, it just says that they're going to be able to be, well, we will communicate, we'll allow the communication and allow the recognition at the district level, which is kind of partway there. So,
yeah. And more specifically, we will make sure we get those contact folks. If this passes, get the contacts folks for these club sports that we've defined. Thank you, Mr. Welch, for that specific question last month about definition. And if there is for any state championships, we'll make sure we announce those.
Sounds good. Any questions?
There's not any requirement in here that the club sport that's, it's name, school colors, mascot, but there's not really any requirement that I'm seeing that it actually contains any students from that school or even Williamson County. Is there?
Not specifically, no. And that can vary. And we're brainstorming right now. One of the conversations Carol Birdsong and I had was when we get an announcement, make sure we have the roster, look at the students, and we may speak to that as well. The blank student.
Can I jump in
Yeah.
just to clarify? My thought in making it work is that whoever's defined as a club sport by Darren, and I think you're the one in charge of that, right? Defining who they are. Maybe I just made that up. Anyway, wherever I get my list of club sports from, then whoever is responsible for that club sport will reach out to my department. We will send them a form to fill out with information on it. We will then confirm that they are in fact our students, and go from there, because in my mind, I don't have the authority to speak about a student who's not a Williamson County School student, nor can I show a picture of that child, because we have media releases, we have all those things, hoops that our families jump through. So that's kind of how I see that working. Was that clear, sort of? They reach out, it's more of a kind of opt-in, hey, we won the state championship. I'll say, okay, fill out this information, tell me who's on your team, that kind of thing. That way, if it's a split team, because we know that we have teams that are split, maybe with even like a Rutherford County or a private school or whatever. And so we would only honor the Williamson County School students with a student spotlight. That's what we would do, like we would do with any other. That's the way I understand the intent.
So this is where the detail of kind of what we're talking about to make sure we get it done well. We might say in that example, the Franklin High hockey team won the state championship. Franklin High School students on this team are, or something like that. It's that kind of thinking.
Identified as a club sport.
Yeah.
The Franklin High club hockey team, remember club sports are Franklin High students on the hockey team include.
How many club sports do we have? I mean, I'm thinking there's rugby, lacrosse, hockey,
Lacrosse is
swimming.
TSSAA now.
There may still be some club sports that use our.
There's a bunch.
Yeah.
There's a bunch that that we talked about at the work session or the policy meeting that we're not thinking about, with mountain biking and fishing and basket weaving.
Yeah,
and
there's a bunch. It'll be a work in progress.
Yeah,
for sure.
I mean, so this Wilco's a long event already.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get our arms wrapped around
Okay.
exactly who what, because I don't want to leave. If we're gonna do it, I don't want to leave anybody out either. So.
Sure.
I was at the Tennessee School Board Association convention at Opryland last weekend, and I went to a session where there's a panel of 5 lawyers, and the audience, one of the audience members talked about club sports, had a question about that. And basically, the panel was saying that they did not recommend that schools, the more you put them under your umbrella, the more liability you are assuming because you are getting, intermarried with them, so to speak. So definitely, having a Wilco, you are really tightening that up. Even if it's a separate, event, I think club sports, they have their own events already. And so after I heard that conversation with all the lawyers who agreed to that, to me, I would like to keep it where it is, where the individual schools, they acknowledge their own students, and we leave it at that. These children are already getting acknowledged with club sports and their own awards with that. And it's primarily just from a legal standard, because if there's issues that come up with there's things that happen. And and we don't want to be intertwined with that. So that's just my opinion from what I learned this past weekend.
What I want to add is some of these club sports make quite a bit of profit off of using our likeness. And I'm just really concerned about that. And I see that that was actually struck out of this, affiliated with nonprofits. I could go with that, but the ones that are for profit, I'm kind of leaning like what Tanya said. I just think it's a slippery slope that we're getting into, and I don't think it's fair that some people are using our school name and likeness and making considerable amount of money off of that. I mean, I think premier cheerleading is one example.
But that's not that's not using our name and likeness. So
they're wearing the school colors and have raptors across the front of them.
That's not premier. I mean, if it's a Raptors, then it's a Ravenwood High School competition cheer team, not the premier athletics team.
Are the parents paying Premier to?
Oh, 100%. I mean, or we're paying. I mean, absolutely. Like, are they using practice facilities and paying for everything? Absolutely.
I guess my question is not is the organization making money? Whatever, it's fine. Kids play travel soccer. That organization made money, but are they making money off of our logos specifically? And even in some cases, is it even our logos? Like, if I recall, the Power F is not trademarked. It's not anything we own. The Power Cat is Kansas State that we pay a $1 for annually or something like that. So, so I mean, are they? I don't know, but I think it brings up a valid point. But
and is the money being made? Is the money being made because of the use of the facilities that the school doesn't have, or is it being made for some other means? That's the question. I mean, that's a
good way to put it.
You're right that some of these organizations are making money. It's just, what are they making it for?
I might be able to add something here. So to your point, and I appreciate you guys being here, this is servant leadership at its finest right here.
By the way, y'all, just as a reminder, this is Darren Joins, our district athletic director.
To your point on the making money part, I think you're probably both right, honestly, in that generally speaking, the organization you speak of, those are usually the coaches. Those organizations, they coach, they train, they do those kind of things. I think experience too has said that when we talk about taking some of those sports over, many of those coaches don't necessarily want to be a school coach because they're going to take a severe cut in pay. So the making of money, I don't know how we define that, but certainly there's some of those coaches are making significantly more money than our supplemented coaches. So I think you both may be right when you mention that. So just a thought there about club.
Well, my final point is simply that, and the goal behind this, and this was I brought this up, but is these are our students. They didn't pick which sport to play based on whether or not it was a varsity sport or a non-varsity sport based on TSSAA definition. And if they win a state championship, and I've struggled with this for years, and I've come and I've made the announcement at the board meeting because they win the state championship as Franklin High School rugby club, and they won a state championship, and we've won just about every state championship in rugby and lacrosse in this county, and those kids deserve to be acknowledged just like every other kid that gets that wins a state championship.
And I've done it once or twice since I've been superintendent.
And by doing that way, we are leaving people out, and that's why we don't do it all the time. And so this would enable us to be more complete in that recognition, and it's really a shame. So what we do, and I apologize for bringing this up every single time, but signing day was this week. And so for those club sports that we don't want to have anything to do with or recognize our kids, we bring out the school banner and we have a big photo session, which is great for the kids. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. We're just being hypocritical to say that we don't associate with these kids and we don't do anything when we go and we take credit for being the school that they represent when it comes to signing day. But when it comes to recognition, we try to back off because we don't want to be too close to them, in case somebody might think that we're running the club. And so if we do this correctly, it's going to be apparently obvious that we already have the club sports on our websites, and they're in a separate section. It's not varsity. If we do this right, we can acknowledge these kids and still let it be known that these are our students, but these aren't clubs that we run.
Well, and we have discussed this in detail, not just at the last policy committee meeting, but over the years. And I will say, Tanya, the advice that the lawyers that you heard, we've heard that, and I think it's wise advice, which is we need to make it clear that we are not running those programs, right? And it's not just for liability reasons. For me, and I have a law license, but I think of it more on a practical level. I don't think it's appropriate for us to imply that we're taking credit for the work that somebody else has done, right? So there's a practicality to it as well. The other side of that is, I know Coach Joins said something to the effect of, if Michael Phelps happened to be one of our students, we're going to celebrate him, right? So it is finding that balance. One way or the other, it is that work in progress. No matter where you guys land with this policy, it's that work in progress. Trying to find a way to honor our students who do something extraordinary, whether it's because we led them or not. And to Jay's point, we've struggled with this for years because we know we ought to do something. It's just very difficult because of those parameters you mentioned.
One more thing, do we do this for like our fine arts students that are in local theatrical performances, or if
That was gonna
they're
be my
part of,
question as well, yeah.
a music performance? Are we giving the same type of recognition for those types of those students?
Yeah, that's an excellent point. When there's a state or national award for someone, we ought to be doing that in that same context. You're right, if we're doing that for athletics.
Like a policy or something for fine arts, I think, I mean, it's like, at some point, there has to be a line, and I think we're just quibbling over where the line is.
But is the difference,
That's a good point.
is the difference there possibly that in the case of the sports, they're using the school's name as it's the Franklin Club, it's the Ravenwood Club, it's the whatever, and in the theatrical production, it's just the kid who goes to Ravenwood might happen to be in the play that Pull Tight is doing. But it's the Pull Tight production, it's not a Ravenwood production. I mean, that seems to me to be the fundamental difference in those two scenarios.
Yes, but
One's
also.
branding as a school and entity, and one is not.
Yeah, I see your point there. I think some of that is just the nature of how we've married the club sports versus how we've not done that with the fine arts.
Yeah.
Incidentally, we do have a fine arts festival to represent our kids, and you should all go to it. It's an amazing event, and it will blow your socks off to see just how talented some of these kids are.
Yeah, we do celebrate our students in an event that has some similarities to the Wilcos. We actually have performances at that particular event.
And there's also plenty of academic. There are plenty of arts. I mean, there's band awards that our students get that we absolutely recognize. There's fine arts things, academic, because fine arts is an academic award as well. In terms of academic achievement, there's Middle Tennessee State Band, vocal. We win tons of things, right, that we celebrate in our student spotlight.
Yes, because that's been vetted by Darren and by Mark Kinzer.
Sure.
And so that is actually a state contest, like an approved state contest.
Sure, it's kind of like TSSAA for arts. Yeah, I agree.
So that's when we recognize, I think All State Choir is next month or something,
Yeah.
We'll be celebrating those students.
All right, any other discussion on that? All right, our final policy for the night, equal opportunity employment, 5.104. So we made a change in the policy. No changes since the policy meeting. So if y'all remember, we had a similar policy for the dress code that we removed this language around the definition of sex. Dana, we've updated the language. I guess we can talk about it if y'all want to get into it. We've updated the language, and we had plenty of discussion at the policy meeting around this. But I'll let y'all ask any questions that you want.
So I kind of, today spent some time, and it actually took me down a rabbit hole, but I just decided to do some research. We have 95 counties in Tennessee, and so I went to each county and just kind of saw if they use just the broader term sex, or if they put all the specific terms. Because as we noted in the policy meeting, we don't have, for race, we don't have all the specific races, and we don't have all the specific religions, but we do have all these specific terms for sex. And what I did find is that out of 95 counties, our districts, and I know we have more school districts than just 95 counties, but this just made it easier. But out of the 95 counties, 87 counties, which is over 90%, 87 counties just use the broader term sex. They don't have all the sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. So I thought that was really interesting. There's only 8 counties that have that, and we're one of them. And so, as we noted in the last work session, that using the broader term sex does cover all these protected levels. And if we keep just the broader term sex, because it is going to be changing, we will still be safe, and we don't have to keep coming back and changing this policy. So, and we just made the changes in our dress code also to use the broader term sex. So I think just for clarity, and I do appreciate that we have footnoted the Bostock Supreme Court case. So that's my 2 cents.
I'm not sure I followed that. What was the, is there a change you're asking for?
I was saying that 87 counties only use the broader term sex.
Right, no, I understand that, but is there a change to the policy that you're asking for? That's what I'm.
Yeah, I think we should stick with the
So you're saying, just
she's
to be
saying
clear, you're
strike
saying
the-
after the word sex in red, strike everything until the comma. So it would say sex or any other characteristic. Is that what you were saying?
So, Dane, I've got a question. So let's say that was a motion to do. Would it, regardless of whether you recommend us doing it or not, if we were to propose that, would you actually propose to keep pregnancy where it is,
No.
or leave it, or strike it?
So since you're giving me the floor, I'm going to have to be real clear.
That's fine.
Lisa Carson, who represents us if we get sued for discrimination of employees, and I do not recommend we remove including pregnancy, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression. For all of the reasons that I have stated over the last several meetings. If the argument is that sex covers all pregnancy, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, while I disagree with that statement from a legal point of view, if that's the reason that you're removing, I sure don't want us cherry picking what we want or don't want in the policy. If that's the reason, then remove it all. With that being said, I've got to just say one more thing, and then y'all can decide what you want to do. There's a case that's a recent case in our circuit, the Sixth Circuit out of Detroit, where the EEOC filed a lawsuit because of gender identity. They sued a funeral home based in Detroit. A person was hired as a funeral director in 2007. In 2013, that defendant said, "I'm transitioning from male to female. I intend to dress as a female at work." The owner said that's not acceptable, and they discharged her. The Sixth Circuit and then the U.S. Supreme Court in June of 2020 said that is discrimination because of a protected transgender individual based on gender identity. There was a 3-year consent decree where the funeral home was under the monitoring of the EEOC. They had to pay $130,000 into a trust for the transgender ex-employee. They had to pay the ACLU, who represented the person, $120,000 in attorney's fees. They also had to issue a policy against sexual discrimination, which included the language that's already in our policy. And they were required to provide all employees with training on sex discrimination, including transgender discrimination and sex-based stereotyping. This is EEOC versus RG and GR, Harris Funeral Home, filed in 2014, finally resolved November 30th of 2020. So I say that to say, while we may be one of the only districts in Tennessee, if the EEOC, if we lost, we would put back into policy what is in policy. Because the EEOC's position is it needs to be stated that sex in and of itself is not going to be sufficient.
That's a lot of words, and I'm sure it all makes sense, a legal thing, but let me sort of put it down to simpler, non-lawyer language for someone like me. When it says without regard to race, that's clear to me. So, well, that's black, white, whatever other color under the sun, obviously that's included. When it says sex, I go, okay, male, female, and you say well, sexual orientation, that's, without having it listed, that doesn't, you know, you say you can't discriminate on sex. I say, okay, well, you can't discriminate if it's male or female, but it doesn't say you can't discriminate if they're gay or straight. It just doesn't automatically tie that in without saying it. Now, if you don't want it covered, let's have that conversation, but I don't, I'm sorry, Don, I disagree. I don't think all of those things are clearly evident from legalese aside, but just common English usage and the understanding of that word.
For the benefit of all of us, can you walk us back, please, to where this policy was, just so we're all clear, where this policy was before it went through first reading, before it ever came before us, at your recommendation for us to make a change to it. How did this policy read?
Can
Just
I
to be
make one
clear.
other thing first, too, before you do that? And I appreciate you doing that, but one other clarifying statement. I guess, why are these within the parentheses, in the parentheses to begin with, and not their own things, Ian? Because I just, that was my sort of question to begin with, of why is this tied to this one word sex when it seems it's clearly
Sure. So
not.
I can answer both of those questions.
Thank
So the I'll start with Josh's. So originally, in 21, in April of 21, this policy was updated. The word sex that strikes through would be exactly where it is. The word pregnancy that is struck through was exactly where it was. So sex, including pregnancy in red, wouldn't be there. Sexual orientation was exactly where it is. And gender identity or expression was where it was. So, not in parentheses. All of them were separated with commas. So that was what it looked like in 21. I was asked recently to review it again, which I did, and made some changes based upon feedback from this board. The first one was, if you go down, Tim, I added Bostock, which is the U.S. Supreme Court case, so that it's clear where, you know, we've got all of the other pieces, all the other laws. So added Bostock originally. And then based upon some of the feedback, I looked at, to answer Eric's question, the language in the EEOC model policy. If you go back up, Tim, it says sex, parentheses, including pregnancy, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, close parentheses. So that was, and a nod to some of the concerns that have been raised by some of the board members. So it is in line with their recommendation. So I legally very comfortable with the parentheses. So that's why there's the movement around.
So if I may give my perhaps more practical answer. Regardless of what language ends up in this policy, it's not going to change our practice because we have that responsibility. We include this recommendation because that is the EEOC model policy. That's as clear as I can make it.
But
the
if I hear what you're saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but if it were to only say sex and not what's in parentheses, it wouldn't practically change how you treat the employees for kind of any other practical consideration.
We still have that responsibility not to discriminate on those bases, whether or not we put it in the policy. Now, to Dana's point, she's found a case that indicated that an entity that was found to have discriminated was told you must include this in your policy. So the wise thing to do is to include it in your policy.
Who's this policy being written for?
It's written for our employees that are current or people who we may be recruiting, hiring, promotion, all covered. So,
So, not our legal staff, but our employees working at the building level and everywhere else. I guess my question is, why wouldn't we want to be clear and plain in the language that explains what is covered? I don't, ultimately, it kind of comes down to, I'll just say the quiet part out loud, you know, we can disagree with lifestyle choices, but that doesn't change the fact, if you do indeed, but that doesn't change the fact that you can't discriminate and harass people upon those. And upon those characteristics, and we should be plain and open what those are so that we don't increase the risk of running afoul of this and protecting people from that discrimination and harassment that is illegal.
But by that rationale, then we should have parentheses after all of these.
Why?
To your very point, that's my question. Why?
because
I
That's
mean, it's
my-
your
that's my
statement.
whole
I
thing.
can't explain your statement.
Well, just to your point, there you're like, well, we should have sex, and we should have all the different things